beautiful spring afternoon at Fenway Park. Let me repeat that. A beautiful spring afternoon at Fenway. The Red Sox and the Rays hook up for Game 2. Tampa Bay's won 7 in a row after they edged the Sox in Game 1. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Fenway Park. Delighted you're with us. I'm Dave O'Brien alongside Jerry Remy. Jemai Webster along in just a couple of moments. Jerry, you remember the sunshine. This is what it looks like right here.
This is baseball weather, finally.
Can't wait to get started here today. And the Red Sox defensively have been just outstanding. It's a major reason they're going for 20 wins here today.
You know, I think that goes overlooked sometime how well the Red Sox have played defense to this point in the season. There have been a lot of examples of that. You can see Zhu-Wei Lin, first of all, making a play at shortstop, sliding on his backside, getting up and making a throw to first base. You know, it goes on and on. Mookie Betts up in Toronto, another great play. He's a highlight film every single night defensively for the Boston Red Sox. And Eduardo Nunez at third base, going to the line, getting up quickly, throwing someone out at first base last night. Bogarts from his knees, one-hopped the Marlin at first base. And Christian Vasquez last night throwing out 2 runners at second base. The first 2 that he's thrown out all season long. So you know the pitchers love this defense the Red Sox are playing behind him. It helps them so much. Now, there's only 6 errors on the season. 5 of those are by Devers, and we all know that Devers is a work in progress. He's going to get better as time goes on. The only other guy that's got an error is Christian Vasquez. Nobody else in that starting lineup or who's filled in at different positions has made an error so far this season.
Yeah, pretty amazing. It's the fewest errors in Major League Baseball. So the Red Sox have been very, very good defensively and have David Price on the mound here this afternoon in Game 2. He already has 2 scoreless appearances against his old mates. Red Sox and the Rays coming your way on a glorious day at Fenway Park. Runs on Duncan. Lexus and the Lexus Strikes Out Hunger program. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more in car insurance. Your local New England Ford dealers. And by Digital Federal Credit Union. What can DCU save you? Well, the Red Sox with a 19-6 record. Coming back to Fenway here this afternoon for a 4 o'clock first pitch. It'll be David Price on the mound. Taking on the red-hot Tampa Bay Rays, winners of 7 in a row. The Yankees have also won 7 straight. Late last night, they beat the Angels on the West Coast. That's a team they typically have a lot of trouble with. So right now, the Red Sox with a 3-game lead in the American League East heading into play. Jemai Webster with us here this afternoon, basking in the sunshine. Jemai, what are you working on this afternoon?
Plenty of stuff. Once again, got a notebook full of ideas, so we'll see if we get to a bit of it. One thing that we saw today that'll be coming up later in the broadcast was Danny Amendola was here doing something that not many people in the world can say that they had the opportunity to achieve at Fenway Park. So we'll tell you what that is a little bit later. Plus, Clay Cook, he sung the national anthem with Zach Brown Band. We're going to talk to him about Autism Awareness Day. That's the day that it is today at Fenway Park and why that's important to him and his bandmates. Plus, I had a chance to talk with Eduardo Nunez. As you know, he played third base for the first time yesterday. He was not too bad at it. And I also asked him about his swing. So hopefully we'll get to those topics and more, but as you guys know, Jerry and Dave, the game kind of dictates what we discuss.
Yeah, I know you dropped that hopefully in there, and you're looking at us like, well, if you guys would shut up once in a while, I might be able to get in edgewise.
Not at all. I mean, you guys are phenomenal. I'm just the Robin to your Batman.
You're awfully kind. You're awfully. We look forward to hearing whatever you have today, Jemiah. What a day. And it'll be a packed ballpark this afternoon for the Red Sox and the Rays. Sox taking the field behind 2-2 David Price, coming in with a .293 earned run average, looking to get the Red Sox their 20th win of 2018. Here's a look at the Rays lineup that he'll be taking on this afternoon, and they are swinging the sticks. Matt Duffy leads it off. He's at third base. C.J. Cron is at first. He has 6 home runs. Carlos Gomez in right. Wilson Ramos hit a bomb out of here last night. So did Daniel Robertson. He's at second base. Denard Spanton left. Adeiny Echeverria is the shortstop. Rob Refsnyder, the designated hitter. And Johnny Field is the center fielder and the number 9 hitter. Taking on the Red Sox starter, presented by New England Audi Dealers. And Price has already pitched 2 terrific games against his old team this season.
The Red Sox defense is first in the American League, 6 errors in 25 games. Rafael Devers back at third base. Xander Bogaerts the shortstop. Eduardo Nunez at second. Hanley Ramirez the first baseman. Left to right, Andrew Benintendi, Jackie Bradley Jr. and Mookie Betts. And Christian Vasquez doing the catching for David Price.
Your umpires today brought to you by Toyota's website for deals, buyatoyota.com. Young umpire behind the plate, that is Ryan Blakeney. Jim Wolf is at first, DJ Rayburn at second, Sam Holbrook at third. Where available, this telecast can be heard in Spanish by selecting the SAP button on your TV remote. SAP is presented by Toyota. Visit compra2toyota.com to see Toyota deals not seen on TV.
Buenas tardes, amigos.
It is just great to bring you this forecast for the day. Clear, sunny, warm, and 73 degrees. Yeah. Enjoy it while it's here, though.
This is baseball weather today. This is just absolutely perfect afternoon at Fenway Park.
David Price coming off a 4-1 loss at Oakland, but he was very tough over 7 2/3, his longest outing of the year, before he gave up a late 3-run home run to Chris Davis, and the Red Sox would lose that game. But for most of that afternoon, he was really tough to hit. And we are set for the first pitch. Fly ball pretty well hit. Betts on the run. Mookie running hard and can't get it. Over his shoulder, up against the fence, heading into second hard Duffy, and on the first pitch of the ball game, he greets Price with a double to one of the deepest parts of Fenway.
Yeah, Duffy's been hot. That's a 6-game hitting streak now for Matt Duffy, and he had only been 1 for 15 in his career off Price, so why not jump on the first pitch? This ball just keeps slicing away from Mookie Betts. He has to backtrack, can't make the play, and the leadoff double as the fastball that's going to be lifted to the opposite field by Duffy. I'll tell you, these Rays, they're swinging the bat.
Showed that last night with 3 long home runs off of Pomeranz. Well, here comes Cron at 278 with 6 home runs. He's batting .464 off lefties, and really up and down their lineup, they have been carving left-handers. He's had 3 home runs against Southpaws as well. Pops that one up. Vasquez looking for room back toward the netting, but it's on the screen.
At this 4 o'clock start, and shadows already creeping out in front of home plate. Pitcher in the bright sunshine, the hitter, the catcher, the umpire in the shade.
Well, most folks last night came to the ballpark in 48-degree chill, and it was misty and rainy. It was pretty miserable. Completely different today. The ball may really carry here this afternoon as well. Gomez on deck, and a man at second. Broken bat, ground ball, runner trying to move up. He goes for the tag, and he got him, and he turns the double play. Very cagey by the youngster. Devers at third base. He gets 2, on the one ground ball.
Yeah, real heads-up play there by Devers. As he charged the ball, the runner's going to come right into him, which is actually a mistake by the base runner. So the tag first and the throw to first, and plenty of time to get C.J. Cron at first base. So Devers with a nice defensive play here in the first inning.
Weren't you just talking about Red Sox defense?
Yeah, we talked about defense in the open, and look at David Price. He loves that. 2 for the price of 1.
So just like that, the bases are empty. Carlos Gomez hitting 168 with 3 home runs, including last night. He will take ball 1. I mentioned Price already with 2 excellent starts against the Tampa Bay Rays. His old team, a win and a no decision. He went 7 each time and shut them out each time. 1-1.
And Gomez has had big time troubles against David Price in his career. 0 for 20 against Price. And kind of a half swing on that fastball that was inside.
And a tall left-hander with a 1-1 and a chopper to third base behind the bag. It's a foul ball. Ruled foul by the third base umpire Sam Holbrook, despite the throw across the diamond. Alex Cora just now getting the word from Holbrook, but he was actually pretty quick on it.
Yeah, the ball gets by the bag. Now it becomes his call, and watch his arms go up. Foul ball. No question about that.
Our key matchup presented by Sullivan Tire and Auto Service, always here to get you there. Price's career at Fenway with the Red Sox, 11-5 with a 376 earned run average. And looking to add to Carlos Gomez woes against him. And looking to face only 3 men in the inning despite the leadoff double. And that will be the case. Man, he just owns him. He strikes him out looking. Attending and Hanley Ramirez. The DH today is J.D. Martinez. Xander Bogaerts at short. Devers at third. Eduardo Nunez at second. Jackie Bradley will patrol center. And Vasquez does the catching. facing the right-hander Yanni Chirinos. He's 0-1 with a 2.92 ERA. Sox have already seen him a couple of times this season.
Once in relief and once as a starter against the Red Sox. And one of those, what they call a bullpen game.
Yeah, Tampa Bay's bullpen gets a lot of work at least once a week. Here's Mookie Betts to lead it off. 341 with 8 homers and leading the majors with 27 runs. Sox have dropped 4 out of the last 6, so trying to get back on a roll again. Still have the best record in baseball. The Yankees won again last night. They've won 7 in a row. They won on the West Coast at Anaheim. D.D. Gregorius hit his major league leading 10th home run. He's driven in 30 runs. And the 2-0 from Chirinos. He's gone to ball 3.
Boy, concentrating really on keeping that ball away from Mookie Betts in his first at bat. Everything to the outside part of the plate and off the plate.
He obviously knows of Mookie's success leading off games with home runs. And a 3-0.
No cookie there on a 3-0 count. Back to the outside corner again, just picking up the corner.
Shohei Ohtani turned an ankle in that game last night against the Yankees. The Angel star from Japan. TC will have more on that coming up a bit later. Here's the 3-1. Hard ground foul.
Oh, very nice play by the ball attendant down that third base line. That was a scorcher by Mookie Betts. She made it look easy. Up off the chair, a crossover step, and a nice play.
You even break down the defense of the ball attendants.
Oh, they're very good.
They are
really good.
Exceptional fielders. Here's the 3-2. And it gets him. He gets drilled on the 3-2 pitch. So Mookie will be at first base quickly here against Chirinos.
Looks like both Betts got it, and also the catcher, Wilson Ramos, got it. They're coming out to check on Ramos. And came back and got it right off the side of the face. Let's take a look at the Rays defense. They're 7th in the American League with 12 errors in 24 games. Matt Duffy at third base, Danny Echeverria the shortstop, Daniel Robertson at second, and C.J. Cron the first baseman. Span, Field, and Gomez in the outfield, and Wilson Ramos doing the catching.
That'll send up Benintendi 229 with the 1 home run. With Betts aboard, Mookie stole the bag last night. Benintendi struck out to end the ball game. He'll take inside. Although he did snap an 0 for 16 with a 2-hit game on Thursday. Hanley Ramirez on deck. As Jerry mentioned, that shadow well out in front of home plate now. At about 20 after 4. There's a shot down the line, slicing toward the wall, but a foul ball up into the stands.
It's one thing to be nice to see Benintendi start doing a little bit more at Fenway Park, is taking advantage of left field. He's certainly got the pop and the power to get the ball up and over that left field wall.
Mookie with a decent lead off first base. He's running. And he goes back to first. The throw comes down. Tossed back in, and he is safe. You know, he looked like he had a little bit of trouble on his jump, didn't he?
Well, he started too early. If you watch him, he's leaning towards second base, and once he gets going, I don't think he felt comfortable. I was curious as why he stopped, because it looked like he was going to make it. He takes a peek in. That was very strange. That was almost like there was a hit and run play on the way he looked in and didn't see a swing and went back to first base. But I'd be surprised if they had hit and run on with Benintendi.
I think he made the wise choice to return to first base. If he didn't like his jump, here's the 2-1. And into left field, he serves it for a base hit. Betts ahead to second, knocked down by Span, but Mookie takes the turn, content with second base.
That's what I'm talking about right there with Benintendi. You know, there's a lot of base hits for him and extra base hits going to the opposite field, especially here at Fenway Park. And he gets his first hit of the game today by taking a line drive and slicing it to the opposite field. That pitch is away from him. He doesn't try to pull it, picks up the hit. Anything to get you going.
We'll see if that gets him rolling. Red Sox trying to strike right away. And when they've had the long winning streaks, they've been doing that a lot. Getting out in front 2-3 runs in support of the pitching staff.
It makes it very tough on the opposition to play that way when you're down early and down by quite a bit early in the ball game. Just takes the life out of you.
Hanley checking in at .314, 3 homers, 16 RBIs. 0 for 4 last night. And he'll take the first one in there for a strike. Hanley has reached base in 28 of his last 31 games, if you include the 2017 postseason, the series against Houston. And almost 350 over that span. 2 on and nobody out. Lets it go. 1 ball, 1 strike.
It's that 2-seam fastball. That's there to try to induce a ground ball double play. But all his fastballs have been these 2-seamers that you see sink as they get close to the strike zone, trying to get ground balls.
Chirino's 24 years old. He's a rookie. Number 2 among American League rookies in strikeouts, with 21 behind Ohtani, who has 26. Off the catcher. Runners are going to advance. There's the throw down to third. Not in time. Mookie's safe there. Benintendi into second base as that one dribbled away from Ramos.
That's a gift right there for the Red Sox. Looked like a breaking ball, a slider that time that Ramos could not knock down. And once it gets by him, very heads up base running by Betts to get to third base, and all Benintendi's going to do is follow him to second.
Be a wild pitch. 2 men in scoring position and nobody out. JD Martinez will be next. Just a bit of a breeze out towards center on this beautiful day. And the 2-1 from Chirinos. Hard hit, but foul. Almost got Mookie Betts in foul territory.
That's why you take a lead in foul territory down that third base line. If a ground ball goes in that direction and you hit in fair territory, you're out. You take your lead in foul territory, you come back on the line. So if the catcher tries to pick you off, the ball might hit you in the back. There's foul territory, and that's just jumping out of the way.
And the 2-2 coming. Bounced another one.
Like a split-fingered fastball, first one we've seen today. And a very good play by Ramos to keep that ball in front of him. That ball bounced way out in front of home plate.
So we'll see if Hanley gets a pitch to drive here on 3-2. With Martinez lurking in the on-deck area. Betts at third, Benintendi at second. And ball 4. So he had a very patient at bat to load him up for Martinez.
did a nice job laying off some tough pitches in that at bat. Balls that were away from him, not chasing him.
Time to see who's been driving it, presented by Toyo Tires. JD this season at Fenway, .325, 3 home runs. Toyo Tires, the official tire of the Boston Red Sox. Big conference immediately on the mound, as Chirinos already has the wolf at the door in the first inning. A hit batsman, a base hit, a wild pitch, a walk, and now he has to deal with Martinez. Of course, the Red Sox have already hit 5 grand slams.
Yeah, the best that Tampa Bay can hope for is a double play here, and they'll give up a run for 2 outs in this situation. Red Sox looking to extend this into a very big inning.
Sox right now in the month of April. Remember, the season began in March. In April, there's 17-5, 3 games remaining, including this one. And Boston has never won more than 18 games in the month of April. They've won 18 3 times. Overall, already 19 wins. So a man at every base. And nobody out. No place to put him. Strike 1. JD leading the ball club with 20 RBIs. Began the season 0 for 8, but since then he's hitting almost .350. Chance to do early damage here for JD Martinez, the 0-1. Foul tip to the mid. Well, he humped it up to 96 with that fastball. Betts at third, Benintendi at second, Ramirez at first. Chirinos slowing everything down, and JD tired of waiting on him. .24-year-old right-hander in a serious bind right away at Fenway. And here's the 0-2 pitch. Cut on and missed. Came back to that splitter again, and he struck him out. So 1 man gone.
3 different pitches in that at bat. He starts him off with a slider that's going to be at the top of the strike zone away from Martinez. He doesn't want to swing at that. Then he gets the fastball, and probably the hottest fastball he's throwing all day at 96, and then he comes back with a split-fingered fastball. So, I mean, he didn't see the same pitch twice in that particular at bat.
Amica Insurance, great service, great coverage, and a great price for auto, home, and life insurance. Xander Bogaerts now returned to the lineup last night after missing 15 games with that small crack in the left ankle, and looked just fine. He had 3 hits, went 3 for 4 with a double. He has 1 of the 5 Red Sox grand slams this season. Hard hit foul for strike 1. Hitting a cool .405 with 2 homers, 9 driven in. You made the point too a couple of times last night, Jared, watching him run, and clearly he was pushing it on that ankle.
Yes. Didn't seem to be any type of limp at all from him.
Nope.
Looked totally 100%.
Made a nice defensive play too. And the 0-1 pitch from Chirinos. Lets it go in. A ball and a strike. Devers on deck. Golden opportunity here for Bogaerts and the Red Sox. And Chirinos with a 1-1. Fly ball in the center. Field has started back now, coming in. He'll make the catch, tagging up Mookie Betts, and he will come on in to score. And the Red Sox strike first here today. On the sacrifice by Xander Bogaerts, his 10th RBI. Sox in front 1-0.
Well, Bogaerts gets his job done by getting a fly ball just deep enough to get that run home. As a matter of fact, there was no attempt to even throw home by Field in center field. At first, I thought that he may make an attempt at it. That's the slider, and it's toward the end of the bat. That's why it didn't carry all that far. Now, he's not that deep. He goes back, but then comes back in. And I thought maybe he'd take a chance, but not even close. He just goes to third base. That scores with no problem.
Good sign for the Red Sox. They are 11-1 when they score the first run. Here's Devers, men at first and second. And he offered at it. They did appeal to Holbrook. He said that's a swing and a miss, so it's 0-1. Raphael hitting .261, 3 homers, 18 RBIs. Made a really nice defensive play to turn a double play after the leadoff double by Tampa Bay in the top of the inning. That's split again.
I think he's bounced every split that he's thrown up there, but Ramos behind the plate's done a nice job with him. And this time he gets a swing and miss on a pitch that's well out of the strike zone. That ball was never in the strike zone, really. It was always low.
Well, if Chirinos gets out of this with only 1 run, he may do cartwheels into the dugout. 2 down, the 0-2. And the catcher could not grip it. Ramos could not hang on. It remains 0-2. Red Sox had the bases loaded with nobody out. 1 run in.
Split-fingered fastball again. This one not quite as good, and just able to foul it off and dropped out of the glove of Ramos.
Devers would love to snap a little 0 for 7 right here. And a 2-strike pitch. He'll stand off the rubber. Devers did not play last night. He was 1 for 11 in the Toronto series just before this one. And down he goes, hacking for a strike. The Red Sox have to settle for the 1 run. That's a frustrating inning. Big Papi hit his 550th career double to become the 8th player in Major League history with 550 doubles and 450 home runs. As a rocket And on the topic of doubles, this one's going to go all the way up against the National League scores. Ramos heading into second base, and he'll stand up with a double. That's their second 2-base hit against David Price, and we toss it down to Jemai.
Well, Dave, as you know, Jerry Remy notorious for arriving to the ballpark super early, but he beat him to the ballpark today. That's former Patriots wide receiver Danny Amendola. He spent 5 seasons with the Patriots, but today, for the first time, he had a chance to take BP here at Fenway Park, something he said was a dream come true. Now, he's been at the top of the sport in football with 2 Super Bowl wins under his belt, but he says this made him now feel like he can die a happy man. He was able to hit 2 bombs over the Green Monster and defeat it, is what he told me.
Wow, he looked for real there.
Yeah, he did. That's great.
Outstanding athlete anyway. Robertson in the box and fouls that one away. Man at second, nobody out. Probably one of those guys, and a lot of you guys are like that, professional athletes. It all depended on what sport you chose as a kid. You know,
I didn't have a lot of options. You know, not at my size anyway. But I enjoyed playing them all.
I know you were a hoopster as well, and that one floated toward right. Mookie Betts battling the sun, getting down in a crouch. He'll make the catch. Ramos holding at second base.
Tomorrow at noon, don't miss Red Sox first pitch presented by Joseph Abboud, available at Men's Warehouse. TC, Lenny, and Steve will break down David Price's start. The only thing I like to correct Jemai on is the fact that Danny did not beat me here to the ballpark today. There was nobody in the ballpark when I got here this morning.
You were watching him do that.
I saw him do that. Yeah, and I saw him take some practice swings down there on the field. So he did not beat me.
We don't mess with the early arrivals for the Rem Dog.
That's a touchy, issue with me. It could throw my whole game off if he beat me here.
Just the thought. Denard Span here, 254 with a home run. Got a man at second base.
You know, Jerry, we know you get to the ballpark early, but it's just a figure of speech to kind of drive home the actual story that Danny was taking hacks at Fenway. We all know you come here early.
You told the story beautifully.
He's a heck of a football player. Heck of a job with the Pats. 0-1 to count on Span. Red Sox ahead 1-0. The other thing that needs to be said involving the Patriots and Jerry Remy is the Red Sox gave Jerry this beautiful big screen television last season. It's a terrific ceremony on the field, and you were so looking forward to watching the Patriots in the Super Bowl on the big screen, and you did.
Yep.
But I'm surprised that the television remains intact.
Well,
after your immense disappointment, and we all share it, but I mean, for you it's a different thing entirely than it is for people like me, I think.
Well, I love the Patriots so much that I start like on Wednesday, and I just can't wait, for whenever they're playing Thursday, Sunday, Monday, whatever it may be. And they had good success with the TV this year. I mean, they got to the Super Bowl, so there was no reason to throw it out. Although early in the season they lost the game, and I felt like maybe it's got to go. But we stuck with it, and it took us to the Super Bowl.
2-1. And that one is going to deflect off the umpire. Vasquez did not catch it. It ran into Blakeney, the home plate umpire. That kept the runner at second base.
We talk about shadows being difficult on hitters. It can also be difficult on catchers and umpires, too. And that one deflecting right off the glove and into the chest, it looked like, of Blakeney, the home plate umpire.
Yeah, so anybody who says the shadows don't really have an effect, that's baloney.
Oh, they do.
Good count for Span. 3-1 to strike. Tell you what, the Pats go back to the Super Bowl again. You got to have us all over to your place.
No. I don't mean to be, don't take that personally.
Well, how else can I take it? I mean,
nobody's coming.
Oh, here's the 3-2. And there's a shot into center field. That'll drop down, charged by Jackie Bradley and get by him. him. It's going to keep on rolling. The run is in to tie it. Span is off to the races. It goes all the way to the wall. He's around third. He's going to score. And it looked like it took a crazy bounce out there in center.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to be an error on Jackie Bradley. That ball just somehow got by him in center field. I mean, it was going to be a base hit. Bradley's looking back at the scoreboard now. Does it change directions on him? It does. It kicks back to his right and gets under the glove. So, in my opinion, I think that's going to be an inside the park home run. That ball had a lot of spin on it. When it hit the turf out in center field, it kicked back to Jackie's right. And even Span didn't think it was going to get by him. Now he turns on the Jets because he knows that ball's going all the way to the wall.
And Tampa Bay takes a 2-1 lead. Here's the official scores ruling on it. Single, no RBI, 3-base error.
That might change. That could change.
Echeverria the batter, and Tampa Bay has taken a lead on a wacky play. Well, you see Jackie Bradley go face forward and miss it on there on a shot like that. There's got to be a reason for that.
Well, it was absolutely clear on the replay that that ball took a bounce to his right.
Well, 1-0. Floated foul.
Well, it's unfortunate for the Red Sox, unfortunate for David Price, unfortunate for Jackie Bradley, but that ball did not go directly where it bounced, and if it had, it would have been right to Jackie Bradley. But it took a shot to his right, and there's nothing he could do about that.
So the Sox have fallen behind. Echeverria will take one in. A bizarre play right away here. We'll see if there is a change in the official scoring on that.
Maybe when they get another look at it, they may change it.
A 2-1 to the shortstop for Tampa Bay.
Let's take another look from our angle, and you're going to look and watch this ball. Now watch where Bradley's headed and watch where the baseball goes. It bounces and then kicks back to his right. He did not expect that at all. Had to change directions, and really, how do you give him an error on that?
Three and two. So right now, a 3-base error for the Gold Glove candidate, perennial Gold Glove candidate. Ramos, who had doubled, scoring in front of Span. Here's the 3-2. And it's inside for ball 4, so they have another base runner to the third of the inning. On Wednesday, May 2nd only, enjoy 2 lower bowl seats, 2 Fenway Franks, 2 fountain drinks for just $49. That's courtesy of Aramark. Get your tickets right now. It's a special offer at redsox.com/tickets. We'll send up Rob Refsnyder, hitting an even 200 with a home run, which he hit last night. One of 3 long home runs to left field, all of them to left. And the Tampa Bay 1-run victory. Price muscling up there to 94 for strike 1. Well, Price had thrown 20 consecutive scoreless innings against Tampa Bay before this inning, going back to last July against them. 4-3 lifetime against the Rays, a .309 earned run average. 5-time All-Star, won a Cy Young with Tampa Bay in 2012, and he was runner-up in 2010 and in 15. Echeverria aboard. Red Sox have turned 1 double play so far today. I know I speak for all of us, regardless of what time we arrived at the ballpark today, to get here with the sun shining, the temperatures up there around 70 degrees. It just felt marvelous. 1-2, and got him as he pinned it to the corner, according to Ryan Blakeney, and that's out number 2.
Yeah, that's a nice strike to get if you're David Price. You got to feel good about that because that ball looked like it might have been a couple of inches off the outside part of the plate. But the strike going in Price's direction. If he gets that pitch all afternoon, he's in pretty good shape. Tonight on an all-new Charlie Moore Outdoors, the Mad Fisherman heads to Fort Collins, Colorado. I'll complete this in a second. Now I'll complete it. The airline loses all of his fishing gear, all of it.
Oh, no.
Will he make it to the water? Find out tonight after Red Sox postgame coverage on an all-new Charlie Moore Outdoors. They better find it. We know what Charlie Moore Outdoors.
No show. So
right.
I'm going to assume they found it. But tune in. Johnny Field. Great name for a center fielder. 176. No home runs. No runs batted in for Field. 3 for 17 on the season. Tampa Bay out in front 2-1. They're trying to win 8 straight games. A lot of folks were saying early in the season when the Red Sox were beating up on them going 6-1. Well, wait till the Red Sox play somebody, right? What do those folks say now that they've won 8 in a row? Turned into a fairly tough ball club. They're 11-13. Kevin Cash is the manager. This is the best stretch he's ever had. 7-game winning streak. White Sox are beating up on Kansas City 8-0. Now those Royals are 5-19. And they're coming in after Tampa Bay. (0-2) to Field. And he put him away quickly. 3 pitches, he struck him out. Red Sox world champs, and in game number 26, Red Sox would lose to Toronto 9-7. That snapped a 5-game winning streak. Edwin Encarnacion's 2-run homer in the 7th inning, the decisive hit. Sox trailing 2-1 on a fascinating play. What turned out to be a base hit and a 3-base error by Denard Span on a shot to center field. It got past Jackie Bradley. Charged an error on the play and 2 runs scored. You do not see that every day. Nunez leading it off, and then Bradley and Vasquez against Chirinos, who did really good work to limit the damage in the first inning to just 1 run.
Yeah, he sure did. That could have been a bust-out inning for the Red Sox.
Nunez 241 with a couple of home runs. Played third base last night. Played it very well. He made 2 standout plays. Hey. 2-2.
Now last night down at third base, Nunez with a great play. Diving toward the line. And once again, the ball deflected off his glove right to his throwing hand.
Lunging, flies that one to left, driving back Span. He's going to turn now and play it off the monster. Nunez takes a very wide turn, but Span gets it in quickly, and he'll dive back to first base with a single.
He almost one-handed that ball off the left field wall. Looks like a slider that he threw him, and you can see how he reaches out and almost with one hand plants it up over the scoreboard area. He was on the way to second base, but then he's got that throw in front of him. He says, nope, I better stop and get back, and I'm going to get back with a slide.
He's done that a couple of times lately. That one-handed swing going down to get it.
Yeah, he's had a couple of real nice swings, you know, off-balance swings where he's made solid contact.
Jackie Bradley now 205 with a pair of home runs. He's driven in 6. Line shot, base hit. Nunez ducked down to get free of it. He's off to second base and stopping there as Gomez gets it back in. Back-to-back hits for the Red Sox.
Now Jackie had been 0 for his last 10, but a rocket right here, and it almost hit Nunez. Watch Nunez at first base. He's got to duck to get out of the way of this line drive. By the time he gets back up, all he can do is go to second base. So the Red Sox starting this inning like they did the last inning.
Yeah, the first inning, Red Sox loaded the bases with nobody out. Now first and second, nobody out for Christian Vasquez. Took a long look down at Carlos Fablis, the third base coach. 194, no home runs. Did have a hit last night. And Mookie Betts coming to the on-deck area. Two on and none out.
They're playing it in close at the first, in close at third, in case of a possible bunt here by Vasquez.
Crone creeping in at first. No bunt. He takes ball 1. So they have changed that official scoring decision on the Span single. It is now an inside the park home run and no error for Jackie Bradley. So it turns out to be a 2-run homer. Here's the 1-0. And catches the corner for a strike. So early on here, Chirinos living right on the edge. Very, very deliberate with men on base, and he's had a lot of them already. Here's the 1-1. That skips off the mitt. Nunez is going to advance from second to third easily. Jackie Bradley holding at first base.
Another wild pitch this time. It's on the splitter that actually looked like a slider that time, the way the rotation on it. Tried to backhand it, did Ramos, and it deflects away from him. The reason Bradley didn't go because it went up that first base line.
So the second wild pitch for Chirinos. He's also hit a batter and walked one. He's pretty wild. Vasquez looking to make him pay here. Tying run 90 feet away in the second inning. popped him up, but that'll drift foul off into the box seats. Vasquez last night caught 2 men trying to steal, first 2 of the year.
Vasquez right there over the top of the hitter. Plenty of time to get the out at second base. And then a high fastball, almost like a pitch out inside to get the nod span at second. So first 2 of the season for Christian last night.
You knew that wouldn't last long, the offers there, because he's 40% in his career in caught stealing. He's been outstanding. Grounded foul. In fact, that's the 3rd highest rate by a catcher in caught stealing since 1987. 40.4%.
That's up there with the big guys, isn't it?
Mookie Betts waiting his turn. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Vasquez. Nunez now at third. Bradley at first after their base hits and another wild pitch. Foul tipped and not held. And some more pain for Ramos. It's like the 4th time he's been bent over in this game.
He's getting beat up big time back there early in this ball game. That one hurt. Tries the slide of the foul tip. Looks like off the top of the knee and then off the shoulder. I'm in 2 spots.
Had a rough day already. The trainer coming out with Kevin Cash now to attend to him. He's had 9 innings worth already.
You can almost hear the conversation at home plate between the trainer and Ramos.
Yeah, you could hear him say, there's a big tendon right there.
Ramos is saying, I don't know what you're talking about, but it hurts.
Yeah, wherever it got me, it still stings. That was more educational purposes than anything else, wasn't it? Because
yeah,
you know, nothing was applied there, no ice or anything like that, no spray. Just that's where it got you.
Give you a little time too, and
yep. It's about all you could do for those guys. Behind home plate. So Vasquez to climb back in. 1st and 3rd, nobody out. To the shortstop. Echeverria into second, got 1 on to first, and they turn the double play. Run does come in to score to tie it. But no RBI for Vasquez because he hits into a double play. 2 down.
Red Sox squandering some opportunities in this game. Obviously back in the 1st inning with the bases loaded. Only come out of it with 1 run, and now with a 1st and 3rd and nobody out. A quick double play. They do get the 2nd run of the ball game though and tie it up.
Mookie Betts now is hit by a pitch and scored a run in the 1st inning, so he added to his major league leading runs scored up to 28 now. He'll look at ball 1. Mookie off to an outstanding start in all phases of the game. Hitting .341. Had a pair of doubles last night. In fact, he's 2nd in the American League right now, 10 doubles. Benintendi on deck, and the 2-0 from Chirinos. Sox have only played 9 home games before today, but in those 9, Betts is batting .394 at Fenway. 2-2. And Chirinos home with a 2-2 to Mookie Betts. And he struck him out. Red Sox settle for the 1.
On the top of the 3rd, joined by a special guest now. This is Clay Cook from Zach Brown Band, multi-instrumentalist, singer, songwriter, producer. I mean, the list goes on, right?
It's a list, but I don't have a lot of free time, let's say that.
Now, you sang the national anthem today in Fenway Park. What grade do you give yourself?
I started it low, lower than I'd like, so I'd give it a solid B-.
Now, it's Autism Awareness Day here at the ballpark. How has that become such a special topic for you and your bandmates?
Well, Zach's got this spot that he started called Camp Southern Ground, and they're wanting to incorporate mainstream kids and kids on the spectrum and with autism and Asperger's and all sorts of issues but they want to bring in the main kids as well to this camp so everybody can learn that there's not so much different between a child who has autism and just a normal mainstream kid. And it's a mission of Zach's, and it's pretty cool.
Now, you've been at the height of the music industry, Grammy Award winner. You went to Berklee College of Music. But how much joy is Camp Southern Ground bring to you guys when you're able to do things like that and have a special place for those children?
Well, you don't know what type of joy it is until it happens. It's kind of like having a child yourself. People can tell you all day long till they're blue in the face that it's a wonderful thing and you've never felt the feelings that you're going to feel. Well, helping a child realize, or just making life easier for them is in making you realize that you can just do this. It's just such simple things that you can do to help these kids out, and it's not much work, and people should remember that.
You got a show tonight at Berklee College of Music at 8 p.m., but you're playing here at Fenway Park June 15th and 16th. You looking forward to that?
I am. The band sitting out there in center field on a big stage. We love Boston. This is our favorite market, and we love playing here because it's like an overgrown opera house, and it just sounds amazing. And I don't know. I can't say enough how much I love playing Fenway.
Clay, appreciate the time. We're going to be looking forward to that show this summer.
Thank you.
Jerry, Dave, maybe get some backstage passes from Clay. Who knows?
Ooh.
Potentially. John Mayer was his college roommate.
Wow.
The guy's phenomenal. He's done some awesome stuff and doing big things for autism awareness as well.
And way better than a B-. He was being rough on himself. He did a terrific job. Clay Cook. I've heard that too about Zach Brown, that they love playing here. It's their favorite venue. You and I saw Paul McCartney here a couple of years ago, and it's a great concert venue. I didn't think it would be.
It really is, and everybody that comes in loves playing here.
Well, Crone with a double. He's at second base. We're tied up 2-2. Gomez, the batter, 0 for 1. He whiffed in the first inning. He's 0 for 21 against David Price. And he's angry at himself that he didn't do something with that one. 0-2.
Wanted that fastball inside. Instead, he put it outside, and he wasn't happy with the location of that pitch.
Ramos on deck, a man at second. Tampa Bay's had an inside the park home run. Originally ruled a single and a 3-base error, but that's been changed to a 2-run homer. Here comes the 0-2. Did you have a guy that you were 0 for 21 against?
I honestly don't know. I probably did.
That many, huh?
Maybe. I'd have to go back and check the books, but I tell you what, it'd be tough to stay in a lineup if you were 0 for 21 against a guy and face him.
It's a great point. How do you stay in the lineup?
I don't know.
I mean, that's a sit day. Yeah, and it's now 0 for 22.
Yeah.
And almost half of those strikeouts.
Yeah, David Price was committed to the fastball to Gomez, too, that time. It was fastball after fastball to put him away. Got him on a cut fastball in the first inning, and now the four-seamer to pick up the strikeout here in the third inning. Second time he's got him today.
5 strikeouts for the lefty. And we'll now go after Ramos, who doubled and scored in the first inning. He was on when Span hit that line drive that bounced and got by Jackie Bradley. 2 men away, and strike 1.
He's got a good live fastball today, 94-95.
And the 0-1 pitch to Ramos. He's homered in back-to-back games. 0-2.
There it is again at 95. That time just a little bit off the outside edge. And very quickly ahead. No balls and 2 strikes.
Well, the crowd itching to see Price strike out 3 men in the inning. And he's 1 strike away here. 2 down, and the 0-2. And a high towering fly into left field. That one way back and way gone. Ramos with a home run for his 3rd consecutive game, and Tampa Bay in front now 4-2. His 4th home run of the season.
That looked like the cut fastball from Price. He had thrown him 2 fastballs at 96, and then he throws the cutter right there that stays inside.
And
Ramos
deep into the monster seats.
Yeah, just takes out of the ballpark. Picks up his 4th home run of the season.
So 4-2, the slugging Rays. They came in here really swinging the bats, and they continue to do so. And here's Daniel Robertson, 0 for 1. He's flying out to right. So technically that is their 2nd home run of the day inside to Parker, and that one way out by Ramos.
And it's the first time in Ramos' career he's hit home runs in 3 straight games.
And Span on deck. 4 runs, 5 hits so far for the Rays. Although they don't have that home run kind of lineup they had a year ago, they're doing it today. And they did last night. Right back toward David Price. He snatches that and gets him. The 2-run homer makes it 4-2. Tickets to all Red Sox games and concerts at Fenway available right now at aceticket.com. Bottom of the third, Sox trailing again here 4-2 to Chirinos in Tampa Bay. That one flared down the left field line, heading into the corner, headed for the wall, and that one's going to be off the monster. Benintendi for second base. He's got himself a stand-up double. He's 2 for 2 today.
And both times going to the opposite field. The first time for a base hit. This time, look at the movement on that sinking fastball. And he's able to lift that ball and get it down around the 310 mark. Bounces around a little bit. And Benintendi with the leadoff double here in the 3rd inning. A lot of base runners in this game so far.
Yeah, it got the feel of a high-scoring game. 6 runs up there so far, and that'll bring up Hanley Ramirez, who has walked. After going 0 for 4 last night. Hard hit, base hit. Benintendi slipped. He's going to head into 3rd and pull up right there on the single by Hanley.
Yeah, that's a good base running play by Benintendi, because you know the way the ball's hit, you got to make sure it gets by the shortstop. And so what he does is you see him hesitate right here to make sure the ball's not caught. And then he slips and goes to 3rd base. He was not going to score anyway. But you can't get thrown out at 3rd base, obviously. You got to make sure that ball gets through.
So another mound visit here for Tampa Bay. And once again, for the 3rd straight inning, it begins with the Red Sox putting the first 2 men on against Chirinos.
Now, they've had their opportunities, that's for sure, against Chirinos. Tonight at 10 p.m. on NESN Sports Today, you'll have a full recap of today's Sox game, plus highlights and reaction from Game 1 of the Lightning Bruins playoff series. NESN Sports Today is presented by People's United Bank, where the technology is as helpful as the people.
So the batter will be J.D. Martinez. He struck out in the first. See the Bruins score up 3-2 in the second. On the road to Tampa Bay. Celtics play tonight in a game 7. "4-2 at the moment, but hold that thought the way this one is going. Martinez driving in a pair last night. And a 1-0 from Yanni Chirinos. Inside, 2-0. I think you have activity in the bullpen. Yarbrough throwing, the left-hander. Into the heart of the Red Sox order, and the 2-0 pitch. He won't bite. He's got a 3-0 on him.
He may have the green light here too. 3 balls and no strikes.
This is a noticeable difference, Jerry, and you pointed it out several times with this year's Red Sox team and Alex Cora.
Yeah, they're trying to pick out pitches they can attack, and certainly a 3-0 pitch you can attack. A lot of times guys don't like to swing at that though.
He lets it go, ball 4, and the bases are loaded for the Red Sox for the second time in 3 innings. Eastern Bank knows that a small act of kindness can make a big difference, so we hope you will join them and us in celebrating Pay It Forward Day today. Go to joinusforgood.com to learn how to make a difference. So once again, the Red Sox trying to put a hurt on Chirinos. He has escaped a couple of times without a lot of damage. Bogaerts drove in a run the first inning with sacrifice fly that brought home Mookie Betts. Now he's got Benintendi at third, Ramirez at second, Martinez at first. And he pops that one up, but foul, and back out of play for strike 1.
Say one thing about Chirinos. He's got an awful lot of movement on that fastball. It's one of those players call it a heavy sinker. He throws it hard, and you can really see a lot of movement going back right in on the hands, as you can see right there at Bogaerts. And fortunately, that ball goes deep enough in foul territory where you can't make a play on it.
All filled up for the Red Sox. That was the case in the first inning. The Red Sox got the 1 run, got another last inning. Tampa Bay turned to double play in the second. Here's the 0-1 pitch. A ball and a strike to Xander. Got back into the lineup in style last night with 3 hits. So hitting .405. His last 10 home games, he's hitting .447. He gets a time from Ryan Blakeney. They lead all the way around on the 1-1 to Xander Bogaerts. Base hit into left field. And to score Benintendi. That'll get 1 run in. Hanley Ramirez will pull up at third as the throw comes in. He stays red hot. And the Sox are within 1.
Yeah, Bogaerts responsible for 2 runs, a sacrifice fly in the first, now the base hit, and that's going to be the afternoon for Chirinos. That fastball does not sink. It stays up in the zone. And right in that hole between third and short. No chance for Hanley to score. Just move to third base.
So Chirinos will step aside. He gets the hook. But every runner aboard as he walks away belongs to him.
Lenny and Steve will preview tomorrow's Red Sox starter Rick Porcello. DCU Digital Federal Credit Union. What can DCU save you?
Well, the Red Sox knocked the starter out. Now Yarbrough on to face Devers with the bases loaded. And the Red Sox pressing the matter, down by 1, 4-3. Yarbrough on Sunday against Minnesota allowed the go-ahead 6th inning double to Max Kepler. And Tampa Bay would go on to win that ball game. Sox would love to do the same thing right now. So all filled up. Ramirez at third, Martinez at second, Bogarts at first. Xander has driven in 2 runs after getting 3 hits last night, getting back in there. Nobody out, and the 1-1. Slicer foul. The Sox have been right on the edge of busting this game open several times already.
Yep.
And a 1-2 to the 21-year-old. In there for strike 3, so he'll take a seat. That is out number 1.
That's pretty nasty right there. A fastball down and away from Devers. Yeah, I think sometimes with Devers, you know, he's conscious of that high fastball because he sees a lot of them. And then you make a pitch like that and you just admire it.
Eduardo Nunez with a base hit and a run today. They're all filled up on a sunlit afternoon at Fenway. Although the shadows have finally taken over the pitcher's mound. And Yarbrough from the set. Nunez had to dance out of the way. Ball 1, almost got him.
Like a cut fastball that kept chasing Nunez. He just barely gets that right leg and foot out of the way.
The 1-0 pitch. And a line drive that'll be caught and then dropped.
Can't do that. You cannot do that.
Not allowed to do that, and that will be an out. So Nunez is retired.
Trying to get a double play is what he's doing by dropping the ball right here, but that is not legal. So they'll just get the 1 out, no double play.
Not the greatest acting job I've ever seen.
Now you give it a shot. You know, what's the worst that can happen?
You don't get the Oscar.
Right.
You don't get nominated. Jackie Bradley, a base hit, first time up. All filled up, 2 down now. Yankee thought about it but stayed away. Red Sox looking for that big hit. Hasn't happened yet, although they do have half a dozen hits. And he'll look at a strike. Tough pitch. 89 right at the hollow of the knee. Hanley Ramirez at third. JD Martinez at second. Xander Bogaerts leading away from first with 2 away. 4-3 Tampa Bay. Bounced it up there, but knocked down by Ramos and no advance by Ramirez.
Oh, has he been active behind the plate today? I mean, he's been getting beat up back there on foul tips. Now he blocks a ball that's in the dirt. Looks like a changeup that bounces out, bounces up, and catches him right in the left shoulder. First, he didn't know where the ball was, but it was right there in front of him. So no advance by anybody.
Jackie broke an 0 for 10 with that single last time up. Fouls that one away. 2-2. He's hitting 136 off lefties at the moment. Although everybody had a tough time with Snell last night. He was really tough. One of the better pitching performances we've seen this year. 2-2. And he struck him out. Red Sox will leave him loaded. They've stranded 5.
Denard Span, watch this ball kick back to the right of Jackie Bradley. Once it gets by him, it's all the way around the bases for Span. The inside the park home run.
They have also hit one over the wall. That was the Ramos 2-run homer in the 3rd inning, and now lead it 4-3. Here in the 4th inning, Span leading it off. Echeverria and Ref Snyder following him. Denard Span, veteran outfielder, new to the Rays this year, picked up in a trade from the Giants. Thus far, 5 hits and 4 runs off of David Price. It's a very different outing for him than he had the first 2 times against the Rays. Each time he went 7 scoreless innings.
Yeah, I think I miscalled the pitch that the home run Ramos hit. I thought it was a cutter, but watching it again between innings, it looked more like a slider or a curveball that didn't do very much. And Ramos just took it out of the ballpark.
Three 3-0. Red Sox at 19-6, their second best record through 25 games of a season. 1946 Red Sox went 21-4. 3-0. But lost the opener of this series to one of the hottest teams in baseball. 1-run decision last night. Red Sox and the Rays play a lot of 1-run games. 3-2. Tomorrow afternoon, 1:05, the finale of the series. Rick Porcello trying to improve to 5-0. 1.93 ERA for Rick. Just off to an outstanding start. Here's the 3-2. And just missed. So he walked him. When hip and knee pain force you to sit out, make sure you visit the joint replacement experts at Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center. Visit bidmc.org.
Span has some speed at first base. He can run a little bit. He's got a couple of steals, been thrown out one time. You've got a guy at the plate that can make contact. A couple of things they could do here, you know, straight out steal, maybe play hit and run.
He dropped the bat on that foul ball. Nothing in one. 94 on the gun. Price's velocity's been very good today. Center field and right field, the Sun fields. Benintendi in left is in shade as that one is flick foul.
Don't miss WB Mason Extra Innings live right after the game. TC, Lenny, and Steve break down the key plays of the game, and you'll hear from David Price and Alex Cora. Whatever, whenever, wherever, who but WB Mason.
Price trying to finish off Echeverria. Missed with that one just a bit low. Another 94 miles an hour on the count 1-2.
Price has got a good fastball today. A lot of life on it.
Left-hander 2-2 coming into play this afternoon. Eyeing a strikeout. Missed with that one.
Just missed the inside corner right there. 2-2 count.
Ref Snyder on deck, Span aboard with nobody away. Line shot right field, backing up Betts. Mookie's there to make the play. Hard hit by Echeverria, but for an out.
Oh, you got it right too. This time of day, very, very difficult out there, especially in right field. That sun going behind the third base grandstand. And it is very difficult to see. Betts with the sunglasses on, able to make the play this time and hold that runner at first base.
One gone is Ref Snyder, a strikeout victim caught looking in the second inning. 4-3 Tampa Bay. Hard hit. Nunez spins, gets him at second. Bogarts guns and gets him for the double play to retire the side.
Double play, quick hand shown right there by Nunez, and plenty of time for Bogarts to get the double play. A little back step by Hanley Ramirez after the out at first base. Look at him.
Built for baseball, presented by T-Mobile. T-Mobile, the best network for streaming baseball, because your stadium should be where you make it. So bottom of the fourth inning underway. Red Sox trail 4-3 in the middle game of the 3-game series against Tampa Bay. Red Sox are 6-2 against them head to head. Popped into center field, and field underneath. One man away. Kiermaier on the disabled list these days, so we do not see him in this series. Top of the order now will be Mookie Betts, who has been hit by a pitch, scored a run, and struck out. But one of those games, Jerry, you feel like Red Sox should have about 5 or 6 runs.
Yeah, they've had a lot of opportunities here in the first 3 innings. There's no question about that. Bases loaded back in the first, bases loaded in the third.
You've stranded 5 in the early going. Mookie now hitting .337. He's going to add to that. Down the line it rolls. This is going to be extra bases again for Mookie Betts. Another double. And the Red Sox have a man at second with 1 gone.
Well, Mookie did a really nice job staying back on the changeup that time. See the off-speed pitch, how it's spinning coming to home plate, but it stays inside, and it gives Betts an opportunity to make good solid contact down that third base line. It did not hit the wall. It hugged the line all the way down into the corner, and a very easy double there for Mookie Betts.
So Benintendi, looking for his 3rd hit of the afternoon, has singled and doubled. And looking to tie this ball game up.
That swing was designed to go to the opposite field too by Benintendi. Done it twice today. See this pitch and kind of an inside out swing as he's looking to maybe use that left field wall.
Ramirez coming to the on deck area. The 0-1 from Yarbrough. 0-2. Talking about sports that professional athletes played other than the one they made their name in. Benintendi was an outstanding high school basketball player. So many of you guys were, and a heck of a 3-point shooter. Incredibly accurate. Holds his school record in Cincinnati. We see a lot of major league pitchers who throw 95, 96 who are outstanding quarterbacks, obviously, on their high school football teams. Long wait there. Benintendi will step out.
That was a good wideout in park league football because I could run. I couldn't throw a football. I still can't throw a football.
But you could catch one.
I could catch one, yes.
And now this cat and mouse will continue. Yarbrough, a guy who will throw a lot of strikes and walk many. So you know he's going to be in the zone. Here's the 0-2. One final in baseball today. The White Sox beat Kansas City 8-0. We talked about the Royals coming in next. For a 3-game series. And right now they are 5-20, the Royals. Right now the concern is the Tampa Bay Rays, who are very hot. 7-game winning streak. The 2-2 to Benintendi, who was 2 for 2. Got a piece to hang in there.
Remember the other night in Toronto, Jay Happ on a couple of occasions, lefty against lefty, got Benintendi with a couple of high fastballs. That time he made contact on the high fastball to foul it off.
Mookie Betts after the double, leading off second. One down, and he will whirl but not throw. Red Sox trying to push across that tying run and capitalize on another scoring chance here today. To the right side, Crone will field that, feed the pitcher, stabs at the bag, and he got it. Down to third is Mookie Betts, and 2 down.
There's a little contact there between Benintendi and the pitcher covering first base. There's the underhand flip. Now the pitcher Yarbrough is going to catch this ball, tag the bag, get out of the way of Benintendi, and then turn and check that man at third base. Make sure he's not scoring. Throw is a little bit behind the pitcher, but no damage done.
So Red Sox will have to pick up this run with 2 down now. Hanley has walked and singled, hitting .322. Red Sox have had a lot of men at third base already today, and there's a base hit through the hole, and the Red Sox have tied it as Hanley Ramirez drives in his 17th run. He picks up Mookie Betts, and it's a 4-4 game.
Now Hanley being very aggressive there. First pitch hitting, taking that ground ball between third and short, picks up the RBI, his 17th of the season. Been on base 3 times today. Hitting the top of the baseball, that's the reason the ground ball, that's the reason the location between third and short.
So Sox already with 8 hits. Martinez knocks a foul. He has struck out and taken ball 4 today. So 4-4 game. 2 more runs for Mookie Betts. So we're not out of April yet. Not a pace to score over 150 runs. Martinez looking to keep it going. He has 20 RBIs to lead the club, and he fouls that one off his foot. And the count 0-2 on the Sox cleanup man.
Yeah, right on top of his left foot as he hobbles out of the batter's box.
Some of the trainers chatting with Mookie Betts there, who just scored for the 2nd time. He's smiling as he chats with Brad Pearson, Red Sox head trainer. All appears all right. Here comes the 0-2. And a swing and a miss for strike 3, but the Red Sox do tie the game again, 4-4. Not sure what that is over, but Mookie is now out of the contest. Blake Swihart is going to come on. So the Red Sox with a reshuffled defensive outfield, a 4-4 game, and a mile-high pop-up by Field here back at home plate. Vasquez to the net, but it's on the screen. Jackie has moved from center field over to right field. Benintendi from left to center, and Swihart now in the game in left. Obviously, as soon as we get an update on what is ailing Mookie Betts. Mookie was hit by a pitch in the first inning. He's also doubled and scored a couple of runs. We saw him chatting and smiling as he was talking with the training staff, but he's now out of the game. So tied up 4-4 here in the fifth. Field 0 for 1, whiffed in the second inning. Then Duffy and Crone against David Price, who has allowed 5 hits, tagged to center field, but Benintendi there. First play for him in center, and that is out number 1. Red Sox and the Rays will finish up this latest series between each other tomorrow. At 1:05, Kansas City in for 3 after that. And the Red Sox go on the road again. It's going to be a very quick turnaround, relatively speaking. Go to Texas, New York, and Toronto.
Yeah, 4-game series in Texas. Day off, 3 against the Yankees, 3 against the Blue Jays.
Series in the Bronx, the 8th, 9th, and 10th. So we look forward to another encounter. Hard hit, that's fair. Caroming off of the short fence back to left field for Swihart. And it'll be a sharp base hit for Duffy, who is 2 for 3 on the day. Hit that ball hard.
He's in that leadoff spot because he's been hot. A 6-game hitting streak. He's got the double today. He's got the single today. That went right down the third base line. Bounces out toward the outfield, so only can have the single.
Here's C.J. Crone. He has been doubled up. He's also doubled and scored a run. Tampa Bay with 2 home runs in the game, one and inside the Parker by Span, and the other and into the monster seats home run by Wilson Ramos. And strike 1. "4-4 in the 5th inning. And Price, taking a sign from Vasquez, delivers the 0-1. And it's fouled off the catcher's mask. And the catchers are taking some punishment today. That is a tough gig. And then you got to go out and hit.
Yeah. Think about that, controlling the pitching staff, getting beat up behind the plate, and then trying to get base hit. Hard day's work.
Well, all of the runs today off of Price have been earned, but the Red Sox had a 2.94 ERA coming into the ball game. As a staff, shattered bat, and it almost gets David Price. They'll get the force play at second base. Price able to dance out of the way. That was coming right at him, and that could be very dangerous.
Well, you see 2 objects coming your way, the baseball and the bat. Just absolutely jamming him on a fastball. There comes the barrel of the bat outside David Price. He just gets out of the way of it.
Oof.
As the bat just sliced. You got 2 objects coming in your direction, bat and baseball.
And a very sharp object.
Yeah. Very fortunate that did not hit Price.
Kind of amazing he was able to stay free. His momentum was taking him that way. So here's Gomez with 2 down and a runner at first base as Cron becomes the runner. Gomez has struck out twice. Hitting just 165. He has hit 3 home runs. We don't see it quite so much as we did, 3 or 4 years ago when bats were shattering left and right. You used to see several a game.
Yeah. A lot of thin handles and thick barrels.
Saw a couple of pitchers get speared by them. The 2-0. He had a hand come off the bat. He swung so hard.
A good change up that time by Price. They've been striking him out with fastballs.
In the first and again in the third today, and that's grounded foul. 2-2.
Cut fastball that time. The cut, the late cut coming in on it, gets it around the label of the bat and just pulls it foul.
Well, if he gets Gomez again here, Carlos Gomez will be 0 for 23 in his career against David Price. Man on 2 down and the 2-2. And up the middle, and there's a base hit. So for the first time in his career, he's on with a hit against the left-hander. And a reaction you would expect from him.
Well, they got him twice with fastballs. They try the fastball again, but this time he's able to drive it up the middle for the base hit. Well, there's been a lot of base runners in this game for both teams.
2 more in this inning. Well, no activity in the bullpen.
It's like if you're Gomez at first base, it's almost like you can't believe you just got a hit.
Against Price.
Yeah, against Price, a guy you've never had one against.
You're talking about years worth of frustration. Well, now he's got to be careful with the man at the plate. In particular, Ramos has doubled, and he's also belted a long 2-run homer. He's homered in both games of the series. Locked up 4-4. And he'll take ball 1. Ramos, who has been paying the price for that decision as a youngster to become a catcher. He's really been beaten up back there today. 2 down, 2 on, and the foul tipped it to the mid. 1-1. Our tools of the trade presented by Stanley.
As you mentioned, behind the plate, been getting beat up pretty good. That one got both Mookie Betts and Ramos. Another one he takes off looks like the hand and then the shoulder. And then he hits that breaking ball right there and takes it out of the ballpark for a home run.
Stanley, the official tools of the Boston Red Sox. And a 1-1 from Price. Robertson on deck. Cron at second, and Gomez aboard at first after the base hit. And a 2-1. 3 balls, 1 strike.
I give him credit. He stayed off those cut fastballs. They're tempting to swing at. But he was able to stay off, and then he cut inside off the plate. That's how Price likes to jam right-handed hitters.
Hitters count for Ramos. There's a foul ball out of play. We mentioned it earlier that Shohei Ohtani, the Japanese star, turned an ankle last night in the Angels game against the Yankees. And Tom, Lenny, and Steve will be along when we go to the commercial break. Stay right with us in the middle of the fifth. And they'll be talking about that story. When he might pitch again. So the runners will be off to the races here with a full count, 2 down. Price could use a K. Instead, he's going to walk him, and that's going to load up the bases.
Price thought he had the top of the strike zone on that, but not getting the call.
So they're all filled up for Robertson. He's been one of their many hot hitters. He started the afternoon hitting .364. 0 for 2 this afternoon. So now it's the Rays with a chance to put a hurt on the Sox. Red Sox have had the better chances here this afternoon. So the left-hander ready from the stretch. That'll be ball 1.
All right, that's a pretty good pitch, and Price is not happy at all. He thought he had a strike on on Ramos, and then that cut fastball looked like it had the inside corner. Frustration starting to settle in for Price.
Cron, Gomez, and Ramos filling the bases now for the Rays. Here's the 1-0. 2-0. 75 pitches for the lefty. No activity in either bullpen. Robertson with some power. He showed that off last night with a big blow over the monster. His 3rd home run. 2-0. And that's ball 3. Try to change up, so to count 3-0 on Robertson. Well, Price walks him. That forces in the go-ahead run. Takes a sign from Vasquez, the 3-0. And he walked him. That will force in the go-ahead run. Cron is in to score, and that'll make it 5-4 Tampa Bay. Back-to-back walks. That'll bring out Dana Levangie. And the Sox will get a right-hander going. That'll be Heath Hembree. And Span will be the next man in.
Now stick with a team that has been with you all season long as the Bruins continue their quest for the cup. Don't miss an hour of post-game coverage tonight on NESN Plus with Dale Arnold, Andy Brickley, Billy Jaffrey, and Alex Kramer. They'll break down Game 1 of the second round of the Stanley Cup playoffs against the Lightning. Quest for the Cup is brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV.
Look at the Bees on Tampa Bay in the 3rd.
Wow, 6-2, like a baseball game.
Here 5-4 Tampa Bay. Reloaded for Span, who has an inside the park 2-run homer, and he's walked. A little floater backing up Xander Bogaerts, and he's got it. They will leave him loaded, but they also take the lead. Now it's time to turn it over to TC for the mid-fifth studio show.
when he was 10 years old. Plus, it's Wooler's birthday and you're invited to the party. Catch it all on Nesson Clubhouse tomorrow at 11:30 on Nesson, presented by Delta Dental of Massachusetts.
They just put the Bruins score up there. The final 6-2 over at Tampa Bay up on the big board. Huge round of applause there in game one. Dominating performance apparently by the Bruins. Here it's 5-4. The Rays leading the Sox. We're halfway through. Bottom half of the fifth inning. Jerry Remy, Dave O'Brien, and Jemai Webster with you. Red Sox will send up Bogarts, Devers, Nunez in a game that feels a long way from over, the way both teams are getting scoring chances.
Yeah, Red Sox have had a lot of opportunities in this ball game to score more runs than the 4 that they have.
And loaded the bases first inning, settled for 1 run, loaded him again in the third inning, got just 1 run. So it's one of those games, if you're just joining us, where it feels like the Sox should have maybe 6, 7, 8 runs. So Xander will lead it off and has 2 RBIs today, a sac fly and a single. We're getting the word on Mookie Betts, and it was a precautionary thing to take Mookie out of the ball game, but a right hamstring, a little bit tight. Day to day, they'll continue to evaluate Mookie. So he came out of the ball game, and Blake Swihart went into the game as an outfielder. Here's the 0-1. Line but foul. Is Mookie on a double today?
Back in the 4th inning, a ball right down that third base line, and Betts rounding first base. Don't see much there. Does grab that hamstring when he gets to third base. Right hamstring looks like.
High pop up, drifting out. Echeverria still coming, and he'll make the play over the shoulder. A very good defensive shortstop. That is out number 1. Watch every out-of-market regular season game live at home, in the office, or on the go with MLB.tv. Your subscription includes MLB at Bat Premium. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details. One away, Rafael Devers will climb in. He is 0 for 2, couple of strikeouts on the day. (2-0). Nunez next. Sox have out hit the Rays 8-7. No Boston home runs yet, though. Here's the 2-0. High fly, left field. That's climbing. There's one. Devers the opposite field, and he has tied the ball game at 5-5. His 4th of the season.
Now Devers can certainly handle left-handers when they keep that fastball down in the zone. Where his problem becomes is when it's elevated. That one was just about belt high, and he takes it to the opposite field for the home run. So we've seen Benintendi a couple of times go to left field today. We've seen Devers go to left field for the home run.
Speedway donates $500 to Boston Children's Hospital for every Red Sox home run. Register your Speedy Rewards Club now and purchase 6 eligible beverages. You'll qualify to choose some great rewards. So 5-5 game.
It's a choppy game, isn't it? There's really no flow to it today. It's
none.
Just very strange, and it's all tied at 5.
You had that feeling right out of the gate it was going to be that kind of game. The 0-2 skips up there. Red Sox trying to snap a 7-game win streak for Tampa Bay. Yankees have also won 7 in a row. Up the middle, Echeverria, long throw. Has an excellent arm. 2 down.
Yeah, the more you get to watch him play shortstop, the more impressed you get. He can really pick it at shortstop. Great range, good throwing arm.
Been a long time since he's made an error. Hasn't made one since last July 30th.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's been almost a year. That's a long time for a shortstop. That's a long time for anybody.
2 down for Jackie, who has singled and also struck out. Originally, he was charged with an error on a line drive to center field early in the ball game. Base hit and a 3-base error. They changed that. Didn't take long to change it, but eventually did and made it an inside the park home run. We both thought that should have been the case because it took a very strange bounce. Span got credit eventually for a 2-run homer. Oh, 2. Looked to hold up, and he did. Vasquez on deck. Bases empty, 2 away in the 5th. A win today puts the Red Sox at 20-6. Foul tipped into the mid. He struck him out. Devers with a homer to tie it. As you want, and if the Sox pitch a no-hitter after July 17th, everything you buy will be free. That's 64 games. It only takes 1 to win free furniture, but you've got to buy now. You can't wait until the middle of July. Echeverria pops that one behind the mound, charging Bogarts. He dives, and it comes free. And Echeverria is going to be safe at first base. Now Xander almost came up with a brilliant play. Let's see if he's all right.
Yeah, it looks like he might have strained his back a little bit making that dive, trying to catch that little bloop.
The last thing the Red Sox need right now, after Mookie Betts had to step aside with a tender hamstring.
It's really the only chance he had to try to make a play on that was to dive for it, because if he lets it drop, he's not going to get anybody at first base. couldn't quite hold on to it, and it looked like the back is what he was grabbing.
He's going to remain in. Of course, Red Sox just got Xander back last night after missing 15 games with the crack in the ankle. Brock Holt going on the disabled list because of a hamstring. And was swinging as hot a bat as anybody. So it's a base hit for Echeverria. He is on in front of Refsnyder, who has whiffed and hit into a 4-6-3 double play. Pitch number 80 for Price.
I tell you, nothing close today. Nothing close is going in the way of David Price, and actually it's been that way for both teams. Very tight strike zone, in my opinion.
Ryan Blakeney back there. Tied up 5-5 in the sixth. Echeverria with a lead at first and the 1-1. He did get that call.
Yeah, good cut fastball that time from Price. Down and away, outside part of the plate, down at the bottom of the plate. Down bottom of the knees, I should say.
One-two. Lifted in the air to right field. Bradley out there now. He's got it lined up in the sun. Refsnyder flying to right, so one man gone, and Field will be next. He's the number 9 hitter. CVS Health is investing $50 million over 5 years to extend their commitment to helping people lead tobacco-free lives. You can learn more at cvshealth.com/be-the-first. Keith Hembry's been warming up on a couple of occasions in the Red Sox bullpen. Off the glove. That'll glance back to the backstop and advance Echeverria to second.
Looked like a pretty good pitch too. Let's see if it's inside part of the plate, but right off the webbing of the glove of Vasquez. So a man in scoring position with one out now for Tampa.
Pass ball. Price's pitching line brought to you by Ace Ticket. The left-hander has walked 4 men in this one. He also walked 4 men a couple of starts ago in Anaheim. And a 1-0 hard hit. The runner will move back to second base. Bogarts hoovers it up and gets him for the second out. Now a guy who's been a tough out today, and that's the reason Cora's coming out. Matt Duffy with a double and a single. He's going to make the call to the bullpen. There will be Hembry. Wants the right-hander for Duffy. And the afternoon is done for David Price. He will leave a man at second base in a 5-5 tie here in the 6th inning, and we'll have more in just a moment. Toyota.com. The all-new Subaru Ascent, featuring all-wheel drive and 3 rows of seats. Love is now bigger than ever this spring. And by Sullivan Tire and Complete Auto Service. Beautiful day.
There's a lot of stuff on the top of the Pro, isn't there? Wow.
2 nights ago, we couldn't see it.
No, exactly right.
And with all that fog, Heath Hembry coming on now. Inherits a man at second. And Duffy takes up and in. He's doubled, singled, and struck out. All of that against David Price, who has departed the scene. And a 5-5 game. .279 with a home run for the former San Francisco Giant. Echeverria, after the base hit, advanced to second on a pass ball. So he's in scoring position.
95 on that last fastball from Hembry. Up and in on Duffy.
And Hembry with a 1-1. Tried to get him to commit, did he? He did. Jim Wolf says yes.
Going upstairs with the fastball this time. Get a look from the side. Very close, but I say swing.
David Price contemplating his effort. 5 2/3. 3 of the runs earned. Actually, all 5 of those runs were earned because they took the error away and made that an inside the park home run. By Denard Span, 2-2. Hembry trying to finish him off, but can't with that pitch. 97.
I must admit, I was surprised that Corrid came out and took him out of the ball game with 2 outs in the inning. I know that Duffy's had a couple of hits against him. He did strike him out one time, but I thought he'd get one more, chance to get the 3rd out. But Corrid comes out, makes the move, goes to the right-hander against the right-hander.
C.J. Cron on deck. Echeverria, the second base runner. And here comes the payout pitch. Poke foul as he hangs in there.
Yeah, does a good job slapping that slider into foul territory. One that was not on the strike zone, but just close enough where you've got to make an attempt at it, or it could be called a strike. I guess if there's anything as such as a good foul ball, that was one.
Red Sox scored first today, but they've been the team having to battle back throughout the afternoon since then. 3-2 high chop on the infield, charging Nunez down to get it, slings it, he threw it away, and that goes inside the dugout. That'll cost a run. Echeverria in to score, and Tampa Bay has the lead 6-5 and a man at second now.
It's probably going to go as a base hit and an error on the second baseman for the throw. From this point, it's a difficult play. He's got to make the backhand and throw, but then the throw is going to be way off target. No chance for Ramirez to even knock it down, and that's going to be a gift run right there for the Tampa Bay Rays.
So indeed a base hit, an E4, no RBI for Duffy, who gets into scoring position for Cron. And once again, the Red Sox looking up at the Rays. That's been the pattern of the ball game after that first inning. Needing to battle back. 6-5 Tampa Bay.
Man, I tell you, it's a very, very tight strike zone today. There's no question about that.
Yep.
That pitch looked like it had the inside corner, and Not called a strike. He's been consistent.
Two down and a 1-0. Crone thought about it, stayed off it.
As a player, you really can't say much to an umpire when he's been consistent with his calls. You know, it's when the plate's moving around all the time is when you get upset. But if the guy's got a tight strike zone, you got to get used to it. If he's got a wide one, you got to get used to that. As long as it stays that way throughout the whole game.
(2-0) and that one missed badly. So ball 3 on Crone. Gomez would be next. Each side now with 9 hits. Still only the 6th inning. So a long way to go yet here this afternoon, now into the evening. Embry has to come all the way back on Crone and right through there with a slider.
They expected Crone to have the green light. They threw a slider on the 3-0 count.
Crone hitting .280 with good power. 6 home runs for him. In fact, a little more power this year than he's typically shown in the month of April. Went for the downs and came up empty.
96 on that fastball from Embry.
Red Sox have lost Mookie Betts at least for the rest of today because of a tender hamstring. Red Sox say that was precautionary to get him out of the ball game. And the 3-2 from Embry. Fly ball, and there's Benintendi backing up, and he's got it. That took off a bit. They do score again. Now 6-5 the Rays. (10,000 fans in attendance Monday received a Vasquez gnome courtesy of Benjamin Moore. For tickets and more information, just visit redsox.com/promos. Kansas City Royals coming in for 3. And the Red Sox are on the road again. Vasquez will lead things off here at the bottom of the 6th inning. Red Sox now trailing 6-5.
Single digits for the Red Sox in every single inning. They got to put a crooked number up there at some point.
Blake Swihart on deck, batting for the first time for Mookie Betts, and then Benintendi. Benintendi's had a good day with a single and a double. Sox with a home run by Rafael Devers, but Tampa Bay's hit a pair, an inside the park job by Denard Span, and Ramos putting one into the monster seats. Chaz Rowe getting ready. That's a foul tip, and it's held, and that's strike 3. That caught a piece of the bat and held onto by Ramos for the strikeout.
What did it hit, the knob of the bat?
Think so. Yep. Vasquez did not argue, so he fans. Here's Blake Swihart hitting 167, no homers, 1 run batted in. And the ball game now in left field for the Red Sox. So far he's 3 for 18. Pop to center, not deep. Field charging in with time, and there are 2 gone. Get excited, America. Dunkin' go-tos are here. 2 breakfast sandwiches for $2, $3, or $5. America runs on Dunkin'. Participation may vary. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Sox have not been retired in order one time in today's game, but first 2 men are out in the 6th. And as Jerry mentioned, the Red Sox have scored in every inning to this point. 1 run in every frame.
That's a pitch that'll get you almost every time. You're thinking about the breaking ball away. You see the spin, but instead that one stays inside.
Benintendi 2 for 3, a single, a double, and a wave and a miss for strike 3. Red Sox go quietly in the 6th inning.
The Tampa Bay Rays 6-5 in the top of the 7th inning. And Major League Baseball umpires have their 10th annual Umps Care Charities online auction going on right now, where they're auctioning off memorabilia for Major League Baseball players, different ticket packages, VIP packages, anything to help support financial families in need right now. And they got some really heavy hitters. Talked with the third base umpire, Sam Holbrook, who was on home plate last night about the benefits of having guys like Dustin Pedroia sign autographs and jerseys, as well as Clayton Kershaw, Giancarlo Stanton. The list goes on. And if you want to get involved, visit MLB.com/umpscare. The auction ends April 30th at 10 o'clock at night.
Well, umps can be really good guys, and certainly they are. Terrific charity. Certainly hope you'll get involved. Gomez leading things off here in the top half of the 7th inning. Sox are down 6-5. Gomez has gone 1 for 3 with a base hit. His first career hit off of David Price after having gone 0 for 22. Although nothing came of that. That was in the 5th inning. Ramos and then Robertson to follow. So this is the heart of the order for what has been a very hot offense for the Rays. Down the right field line, but that'll slice foul. Import the NESN Red Sox schedule on any device for alerts 15 minutes before each game. Visit NESN.com/schedule to import that schedule. Presented by Franklin Sports, the official batting glove of Major League Baseball. One, two, poke foul. Rick Porcello on the bump tomorrow afternoon at 1:05 in Game 3 of this series. Tampa Bay has not announced a starter. High fly ball left field, carrying way back, and this ball is gone. He hit it a ton. Gomez with his 4th home run. That'll make it a little tougher now in the 7th inning. It is 7-5 Tampa Bay.
Now Gomez got himself a slider to his liking that time. Slider just kind of spins up the home plate, stays on the inside part of the plate, and Gomez picks up home run number 4 on the season. So back-to-back hits, the one off David Price and now the home run off Hembree.
So including the inside to Parker, they've homered 3 times, just as they did last night. Tell you what, it's a very different looking offense than the one the Red Sox encountered earlier this month.
Yeah, we talked about the home runs, and they came into the league yesterday 14th in home runs. They're 13th coming in today, but they've been hitting them here at Fenway.
Yeah, 7 runs on 10 hits. This guy's already hit one for the 3rd game in a row. Wilson Ramos, he's doubled and homered. And there's nothing cheap about the home runs they're hitting. So that really quiets Fenway. 7-5 game, Tampa Bay. Red Sox came in having dropped 4 of their last 6. Ramos, along with the double and the home run, has also taken ball 4. And he rips that one to left center field. Benintendi won't be able to catch it. It's on the winning track. It skips up against that 379 mark, and it's going to be one of the longer singles you're going to see at Fenway Park. Ramos tagged it, but a base hit.
Yeah, you thought for sure that's going to be 2 bases for Ramos, but only the single. Well, he's on target today, isn't he? A double, a home run, 2-run shot, a walk, and now this long single. I don't see too many singles go out to the 379.
They're going to bring out the trainer. He's going to come out of the ball game.
Maybe that's the reason right there.
So Ramos has to depart. He's had a day today, hasn't he? I mean, he has the 3 hits and a walk. He's also been beaten up behind that plate. So coming out in the 7th inning, but that was a week's worth of work for him. Swinging a very hot bat, so you're going to lose a key hitter the rest of the day. And they bat him third. So for some reason he has to come out, and they're going to bring out a base runner for him.
Stay on top of the latest Red Sox news with NESN's free Red Sox text alerts. From breaking news to in-game alerts, NESN will make sure you're in the know. To sign up, just text Red Sox to 536-536. Message and data rates may apply.
Jesus Sucre, the backup catcher, will run for him and stay in the game, obviously, to catch. 7-5 Tampa Bay. They've out hit the Sox 11-9. Activity in the bullpen. Barnes getting started. Daniel Robertson will climb in, hitting a stout .351 with 3 home runs, and he's driven in 8, including 1 here today with a bases loaded walk.
It's almost like Sucre had a smile on his face when they told him he's going to pinch run. That's probably never happened to him before.
Yeah, right. No doubt. Catcher for a catcher. A couple of hard hit balls off of Hembry in the inning. Home run and a long single. And a breaking ball will miss. Big curveball at 79. Tampa Bay suddenly making a run at a .500 record. Win today and they would be just 1 game under .500. Despite all those early losses against the Red Sox. 2-2. So Sucre aboard. And a 2-2 on the way. Popped him up, but foul and back off into the stands.
It's been a long afternoon of baseball here at Fenway Park, and it's been a very strange game.
Starting with that guy. And what eventually was ruled an inside the park home run. At first it was ruled a 3-base error after a single. But the official score changed. 2-2. Neither of these clubs has faced another opponent in more than 1 series this season. But already meeting for the 3rd time. The Red Sox and Tampa Bay. And we'll meet again in May. Yet another series. 2-2. I think the thought was coming into this 3 games at Fenway Park that would be a good thing for the Red Sox to face them again, but Tampa Bay won last night and now they have a 7-5 lead.
Caught them at a bad time. You know, they're hot.
Toronto is losing in the 9th inning to Texas 6-3. 3-2.
It's like Hembry might have hurt himself on that last pitch. I'm going to call timeout, it looks like, here and check on Hembry. It looked like after he made that pitch to home plate, he kind of buckled a little bit. Right there, you can see him limping.
Alex Cora making sure to bring out the home plate umpire Blakeney with him, so this is an injury visit. Will not be charged a visit. Red Sox do have Barnes warming in the bullpen, and they want him to throw a pitch or two. Talking about Hembree here. He says he's all right. Red Sox already had one mini scare with Xander Bogaerts. Went diving on a pop-up on the infield. He shook that off. Mookie Betts has had to leave the game.
Yeah, Mookie Betts had to leave the game with a little tight hamstring.
All right, back to it now. 3-2 on Robertson. With a runner at first, nobody out. And he dropped it down low for ball 4. So he walked him. That'll put runners at first and second. Second time Robertson has taken a walk, and here comes Cora. And a ball game that certainly has its own pace here this afternoon. Tampa Bay with a 7-5 lead. He'll go to the pen and bring on Barnes, and we'll have more in just a moment. Franklin Sports, the official batting glove of the Red Sox in Major League Baseball. New England Audi dealers, get behind the wheel of the Audi you've always wanted. William Ravis Real Estate, the official realtor of the Boston Red Sox. By Eastern Bank. Eastern believes in celebrating good every day. Join usforgood.com to learn more. The Red Sox trailing 7-5 here in the 7th inning. First and second for Tampa Bay. Building another threat. Matt Barnes is out of the bullpen. Thursday night in the win at Toronto, he earned his team leading 5th hold. Struck out 3 in an inning and a third, one of his top performances of the season. And nobody out as he enters the fray here just before 7 p.m. Denard Span, the batter, inside the park, home run for him, a walk and a pop-up. Sucre at second, Robertson at first. Dale, thank you very much. And for those of you who have been watching a resounding victory for the Bruins today, we welcome you here to Fenway Park. Tight one here, 7-5. Tampa Bay has the lead. It's been a long afternoon, now into the evening. And now with nobody out, runners are on at first and second. And Barnes out of the bullpen, trying to get a ground ball right at somebody. And the 0-2 will land high.
That's the kind of game where you kind of felt like the Red Sox could have put it away in the first 3 or 4 innings of this ball game, but they were only able to come up with 1 run in each of those, actually through the first 5 innings.
But they were a big hit away on several occasions, really busting it open in those early innings. The 1-2. That one ate him up, swung on and missed. He struck him out.
Big curveball that time from Barnes to pick up the strikeout. Gets ahead with the fastball, puts him away with the breaking ball. Nice play in the dirt too by Vasquez.
Every time a Red Sox pitcher strikes out a Rays batter, Lexus will donate $50 to the Greater Boston Food Bank. Now Danny Echeverria now singled last time up and he came around to score. That was in the 6th. He's also lined out hard to right, taking ball 4. Runners on at first and second. He is 0 for 5 against Barnes in his career. He trickles that one. Nunez will go to first base for the sure out. Runners move up to second and third. 2 away.
Yeah, the absolute correct play there by Nunez. He had no chance to go to second base and get that force out, get that lead runner. So he just takes the sure out. Now 2 men in scoring position with 2 outs. You can see from this angle right here what he's going to deal with. If he spins and tries to go to second, he's got no chance. Just take the out. Looks like we're going to have a pinch hitter, Miller, coming up to the plate.
So that'll be Brad Miller hitting for Refsnyder. Despite the 1 home run, he's a power threat. Top of the 7th, a run in to make it 7-5 Rays. That was a home run by Gomez. So a little bit of breathing room for the Rays bullpen. Miller is trying to give him quite a bit more. Two down. Yep, nothing close today.
No, you're not getting that corner today, that's for sure.
Couple of men in scoring position here for the Rays. Here's the 1-0. He committed. That's a swing and a miss, and it's 1-1. If Barnes can get out of the inning with no more runs, if he can freeze it right here, there's plenty of time to do something about the score. And the 1-1 from the hard throwing righty. 97 again, and it's 1-2.
Yeah, that was just challenge time that time by Barnes. Hey, here's my best fastball. Let's see if you can hit it. And this time, Miller could not. Keeping that fastball away at 97.
Big crowd today. They'd love a K. He sets the 1-2 to Miller. He got him. He struck him out. tomorrow was initially established because of the events occurring in Watertown following the Boston Marathon bombings. Walk-ups will also be available tomorrow morning at the starting line from 8:30 to 10:15. Visit NESN.com/finish strong for more information. Jerry Remy, Dave O'Brien, and Jemai Webster with you from Fenway, where it's been a beautiful day weather-wise. On the scoreboard, Tampa Bay has a 7-5 lead as we go to the bottom of the 7th. And the Red Sox will have the heart of the order coming up. Ramirez, Martinez, and Bogarts. Again, Mookie Betts had to depart because of a tender hamstring. Blake Swihart now in the ball game for him. Everybody else remains the same. New pitcher, though, Chaz Rowe on for Tampa Bay's 14th appearance. Loves to toss that slider. Last 2 seasons, he has thrown it 55% of the time. Hanley with a walk and 2 singles today, 2 for 2. JD Martinez will be next. Here's the 0-1. Ground ball to the right side. Robertson will dig it and get him. 1 away. Time for a game break now, brought to you by Jordan's, the furniture store of the Boston Red Sox. Here's Tom Caron. Tom, thank you so much. Martinez in the box now. JD has struck out twice and taken a walk. Chaz Rowe getting his first man on a ground out. JD hitting .308 with 5 home runs. Activity in the bullpen for Tampa Bay. The hard throwing Alvarado and Brian Johnson getting going, the left-hander for the Red Sox.
Contrasting styles there. Johnson more of a finesse guy. Alvarado, he can get up there 98, 99.
Bogarts on deck. Here's the 1-1. To the third baseman, a right through him. Duffy could not make the stab. Went for the backhand. That's going to roll all the way down the line. Into second base, Martinez.
Well, Red Sox need something to change momentum in this game. Maybe that'll be it. It's a backhanded play that could have been made by Duffy down at third base, but it goes right underneath his glove. There's a spinner right there that just hangs out over the plate. Good solid contact right here, but that's a catchable ball. Just never got the glove down.
Nope, no ruling on it yet. We'll wait on that, but Martinez down to second. And Xander Bogaerts in search of his second hit today. Has an RBI single. He also has a sacrifice fly to drive one in. They're going to call it an error on Duffy. So E5 in the book. Bogaerts hitting a very healthy .409. And the 0-1. There's that breaking ball we were talking about.
Yeah, he keeps that slider away from those right-handers. It becomes very tough. If he hangs it, it can go a long way. This one, very good.
One down, the 0-2 pitch to Xander. He hangs in there. Great win for the Bruins, 6-2 over the Lightning to take game 1.
Didn't they score 6 goals against Toronto to wrap them up? 12 goals in the last 2 games.
Wound up with 7 in that game. I think there was an empty net or 2.
7?
Yeah. Scoring a ton. Devers next, but Xander's trying to pick up his 3rd RBI here today. Just got a piece of it. Steady diet of sliders.
Yeah, most of them away with the exception of one that was down out over the plate, but everything else has been away from Bogaerts.
Approaching the 3-hour mark here in a game that started just after 4. We're in the bottom of the 7th. Red Sox have had a hard time getting on top, save for the 1-0 lead in the 1st inning. But plenty of baseball left here. Day game tomorrow as well. Earlier at 1 o'clock, Rick Porcello on the hill, trying to go to 5-0. Here's the 0-2 to the X-Man. Cut on and missed. He struck him out. And out number 2.
That's the first fastball that he saw in that whole at bat. Everything else had been a slider. He gets a fastball inside and was completely fooled by it. Here comes Kevin Cash out to make it looks like a pitching change and go for Alvarado.
With the lefty hitting Devers coming up. So he'll make the move here back to the bullpen, and we'll have more in just a moment.
Picking up his 4th home run of the season off the left-hander. Up into the monster seats. That's the last run the Red Sox have scored in this game.
Your long-term solution for weight loss and the official weight loss program of the Boston Red Sox. So Devers will climb in with a runner at second. JD Martinez reaching on an error. Alvarado, the hard-throwing lefty. His average fastball velocity this season is 98.1. And he has hit 100. That was last Wednesday at Baltimore. Although Devers likes the fastball. Broken bat. That one got past the mound. Robertson bobbles it. Everybody's going to be safe. Martinez down to 3rd. A broken bat base hit by Devers, and the Red Sox have him on at the corners.
Well, the Red Sox looking for opportunities. They've had a couple of this inning. The error by the 3rd baseman. Now this infield hit by Devers to the backhand, but on the transfer just could not control the baseball. And I don't think he would have got Devers at first base anyway. We'll take another look at it. Knew he had the rush on the transfer to try to get him, just couldn't get a handle on the baseball.
And again, opportunity knocking for the Red Sox. It's been that way virtually all afternoon. They're getting great chances. So far, 5 runs, 10 hits. Nunez has one of those hits, and he scored a run way back in the second. He's 1 for 2 lifetime against Alvarado. That's 100 miles an hour for strike 1.
That's 100 with a little movement going away from Nunez. That's not fair.
Martinez endeavors on. And the 0-1. A strike. 98.
That's one of the rare times today that a pitch on the inside corner like that has been called a strike. Nunez jumping back, but the ball does get the corner. So we've seen a lot of pitches like that today that have not been called strikes.
Carson Smith now along with Brian Johnson. And the 0-2. That was something off speed there. The curveball at 86. Jackie Bradley would be next. Red Sox down by 2 in the 7th. Sun beginning to set here on what has been a brilliant Saturday afternoon weather-wise. Here's the 1-2 pitch. And he struck him out. Boy, he is tough. 2 men left. Zando Carlisian bobblehead. Visit redsox.com/Star Wars to get your special ticket offer. Now Red Sox down 7-5. One thing that is up for the Red Sox, and this is troubling Alex Cora here in recent games, is strikeouts. Sox have now fanned 11 times in this one, 11 times last night too.
And they've ended every single inning in this game on a strikeout.
And that has stopped a number of potential rallies. Here's Johnson now out of the pen. Brian in appearance number 7. He's 1-0. So we move on to the 8th. Tampa Bay ahead by 2. Johnny Field, the batter. He has whiffed, flied out, and grounded out. Now it's the top of the order, Duffy, and then C.J. Cron. Red Sox have had plenty of hits today. They have 10 hits, and Tampa Bay has 11. You know, a lot of people say, well, Alex Cora wants them to be aggressive, right? He wants them to swing the bat, and that is true. He wants them swinging at strikes, though. And that was working very well early. Alex said after last night's loss, he finds the Red Sox are expanding the strike zone too much and getting themselves into trouble. Oh, and 2 on field. David Price went 5 2/3. He was charged with 6 runs and 8 hits. And walked 4 men today. Embry, Barnes, and now Johnson have followed. Popped to right. Hit shallow. Racing out Nunez. He can't get to it. It falls in for a base hit. So a single for Field, his first of the ball game, and that's how the 8th inning gets underway.
That's certainly a helpless feeling for a lot of people. Nobody can get to it. You got Hanley going back. You got Nunez. You got Bradley coming in, and it just drops in for a base hit. The guy with the best chance was Nunez, but he couldn't get to it. It's been a frustrating afternoon. It really has been.
Yeah, in several phases, right?
Yep.
Not just on plays like that. More importantly, the Red Sox have had so many opportunities to score runs, more than the 5 they have, and have not been able to get that big hit. Here's Duffy now. He has 3 hits with a double, 2 singles. Man on and nobody out in the 8th. And the 0-1 from Johnson. Right through there. Tampa Bay took game 1 last night. So the victory today, they would win the series. Oh, 2. And a big question about tomorrow in the finale is, will Mookie Betts be able to play? Removed from this game by Alex Cora because of a tender right hamstring. Of course, the Red Sox have already lost Brock Holt to the disabled list because of a hamstring. That was a blow because he'd been playing so well. Johnson fetches a sign from Vasquez. Here comes the 1-2. Poke to right field. And Field, the base runner, into second. So back-to-back singles here in the 8th inning, and here come the Rays again.
Yeah, opposite field hitting. It's been a big day for Duffy at the top of the lineup. 4 hits in the afternoon, a double and 3 singles. Only out he made was a strikeout back in the 3rd inning off Price on a cut fastball, but this pitch is on the outside part of the plate. He just goes right with it. The line shot to the opposite field. Tampa Bay looking to put more points on the board.
Well, they got Duffy in a Longoria trade. He missed just about all of last year. In fact, it was all of last year to Achilles surgery, but the year before that with San Francisco, he almost hit 300. He batted .295. They believe he will be a very good hitter in their lineup. Certainly has been today. Sends up C.J. Cron, the former Angel. He has scored twice today. Had a double back in the 3rd. That's a high pop off third base. Devers going over near the stands, but watches it into the box seats. despite the bright sunshine. The lights have been on all day here at Fenway, and now we need them.
Yeah, the only plot that's got sunshine now is way at the top of the bleachers.
0-2. He chased and down he goes. Strike 3. One man out.
Now Cron upset with himself. He chases the high fastball that time way. I mean, that's like eye high.
Well, here's Gomez again. He singled and doubled his last 2 times. I should say singled and homered his last 2 times up. He's also struck out twice. Blasting a shot in the 7th inning for his 4th home run of the season. Only hitting 182, but good power. In the bottom of the 8th inning, the Red Sox would have due up Bradley, Vasquez, and Swihart. Blake Swihart in for Mookie Betts. Sucre on deck. He subbed in for Wilson Ramos, who left after his 3rd hit back in the 7th inning. There have been 23 hits combined in the game. 1-1. Foul tipped into the mid.
It's funny, you know, how you can cause swing and misses. I mean, Alvarado at 100 miles an hour with his fastball, and then that curveball, and then Johnson right here 88 miles an hour.
Finally picks one out from Vasquez. 2-2. Field and Duffy on for the Rays. 7-5 Tampa Bay, 8th inning. Line into left field, it hangs up, coming on Swihart for the catch, and the runners go back to first and second with 2 down. And Sucre will bat for the first time here in a moment. Yankees will play later on this evening in Anaheim. They won last night. So the Red Sox lead 3 games over New York and 5 over Toronto coming into play today. Although Toronto's already lost 7-5 to Texas. Johnson's 1-0. Sucre hitting for Ramos, as mentioned. They took Ramos out, we're being told, for bilateral leg tightness.
Bilateral leg tightness. I haven't heard that one before.
That's new. Did a lot of running.
His legs were just fatigued.
I'm crossing out bilateral leg tightness. I'm putting in legs were tired. Line shot. That's slicing away from Jackie Bradley down the line, and it's a fair ball. A run in. They'll pull up at second and third as Field scores. Acrobatic play there by Nunez, but another run in to make it 8-5. Just snuck it in down that right field line. And Sucre doing a good job filling in for Ramos.
Yeah, here's the ball dropping in fair territory, just barely fair, and Bradley gets it back in. Now something happened here to Nunez. He fell backwards, it looks like, or tripped. Yeah, he just tripped, but that didn't cause a run. Then he flips the ball to Hanley Ramirez. Lost an edge.
So an 8-5 game. Second and third for Robertson. And all sorts of trouble here for Johnson with 2 down as the lead expands to 3. In there for a strike. Robertson walked with the bases loaded back in the 5th inning. He's walked twice today. 0-1 pitch. Rays continue to hit. 14 hits today. And scoring a lot of runs in the 7-game winning streak. There's a home run cut. He went down on a knee to try and pulverize that one, and it's 1-2.
And right now, Robertson got a 7-game hitting streak on the line. He's walked a couple of times today, once with the bases loaded. He just lost balance right there, down on one knee on that swing.
One, 2. Stopped by Vasquez. Runners hold. First time since July of 2014 Tampa Bay has won as many as 7 in a row. Been getting the lead and holding it. 2-2. Rattle toward third base. Over the bag fair. The throw is on target. And that retires the side, but they add another run. And now on top 8-5. He was in trouble from the get-go, but Gomez has ripped a home run. Ramos did too before he came out, 3 for 3. Price went 5 2/3, 8 hits, 5 earned. Xander Bogaerts at it again with a couple of RBIs, but the Red Sox have had a lot of chances that they did not cash in on. They've left 8 men on base, including the bases loaded in the 3rd inning. Jackie Bradley stands in bottom half of the 8th inning. Red Sox running out of time here, and now down 8-5. Bradley 1 for 3 with a base hit. Christian Vasquez on deck.
Well, that's what's nasty. You know, he'll throw that fastball at 90, 98, 99, at 100, and he'll drop the hook on you, as he just did there to Jackie Bradley Jr.
Jackie in the hole, 0-2. He's already struck out twice today.
Back to the curveball again that time.
Jackie came in hitting 136 off lefties. Trying to figure this one out. And the 0-2. Red Sox got a run in every inning from the first through the fifth, but just one run in every inning. Like a picket fence. One two from Alvarado. Hard hit, but on one bounce it gets to Robertson. So one gone in the Red Sox eighth.
A couple of times today, Bradley's hit the ball hard. The first one ended up in a base hit back in the second inning. Then a couple of strikeouts. That ball hit very well, but right at the second baseman, Robertson.
Vasquez looking for his first knock today. He's 0 for 3. Yeah, Blake Swihart on deck. Before he departed the scene, Mookie Betts got on 2 more times and scored twice more. So he continues to lead the majors with 29 runs scored, not out of April yet. However, there is concern about that hamstring. Red Sox and Alex Cora, I'm sure, just hoping it's a minor thing and got him out for precautionary reasons up the middle, but that one taken in by Alvarado, and he'll toss on for the second out. So 2 up and 2 down. And Blake Swihart, who's been batting for Mookie Betts last couple of times, will climb it again. He's 0 for 1. And he will bat right-handed. 2 down, nobody on. 8-5 Tampa Bay, 8th inning.
You watch Swihart prior to a game during batting practice taking ground balls at third base, at second base. They're working him all over the place. The outfield, catching. He was doing catching drills with Jason Varitek up in Toronto.
Tech traveled with the ball club up to Toronto.
I found that very interesting. I was watching them go through their drills. Blocking balls to the right, to the left, making their attempts to throw. Pretty good stuff.
Used to be very impressed watching Jason Varitek. This is kind of near the end of his career too. On like a steamy day in Texas in the middle of July, you know, an hour and a half before the game, working on those drills, and sweat just pouring off him like crazy. And just impressed with how hard he continued to work right to the end of his career.
This is a game of repetition, and then doing things, fundamentals over and over and over again, and hope that they result in positive things when you get into a game.
Benintendi on deck, nobody on. Alvarado here with a 1-2 to Swihart. And tied him up. He struck him out. He gets him 1-2-3.
Boston, as it is throughout New England, the old reflected in the new.
Here in the middle game of the 3-game series, Jerry Remy, Dave O'Brien, and Jemai Webster with you today is Denard Span. He's part of a big play early. Will lead things off against Johnson. Inside the park home run in the second inning. That put Tampa Bay in front at the time 2-1. That was when Jackie Bradley was in center field. Originally Jackie was charged with an error, but they took that away and made it an inside the Parker. The 1-1 up the middle and a base hit. So he is on for the third time. He's also taken a walk today.
Back in the second inning, you can see this ball going out toward Jackie Bradley. Now watch it kick back to his right. It gets by him all the way to the wall, and Denard Span comes around all the way to score. They originally ruled it an error, then changed it to an inside the park home run.
So the second home run of the season for Span. Echeverria now 1 for 3 with a base hit. He has scored a run and a base hit to right field. Bradley over to cut it off near the warning track. Rounding second and into third is Span. So they're on the corners with nobody out.
Tell you what, this is a little different than the Tampa team we saw at the early in the season. They have swinging the bats.
16 hits today. And it's been like this for a while for them, for over a week.
Yeah, this has been no surprise.
3 home runs last night. Next man in will be Brad Miller, who's had only 1 at bat today and he struck out. They get Colomé in the bullpen, their closer. But he does not throw as hard as the guy we've seen already in the game, the left-hander Alvarado. Throws 100 miles an hour. Got to 100 today. Back-to-back base hits, bringing up Miller here as they look to add on. And Johnny Field on deck. 8 runs, 16 hits for Tampa Bay. 5 runs, 10 hits for the Sox, and each side has committed 1 error.
See, the positioning of the Red Sox infield is just about 4 or 5 steps behind the grass. Can't afford to give up another run here. If you're the runner at third base, any ground ball you got to go. You want to stay away from a double play, but Red Sox play has got to be at home.
Tampa Bay, since their poor start, has gone 10-5. They're averaging about 5.5 runs a game for the season, which is 4th in the American League. And that's not just during their 7-game winning streak. Breaking ball will miss. 3-1. Really thought, as they had been depleted through trades and non-signings, that they would struggle to score. That's not been true. Early on, the Red Sox pitched them very tough. Here comes the 3-1. Two on, none out, full count. Tampa Bay pressing for more runs. And a ground ball, and that one eats up Nunez. That'll skip on into right field. Another run is in to make it 9-5. Miller pulling that one to the right side to add another run. That'll be a base hit and an RBI.
Yep, the infield in. This ball takes a bad bounce on Nunez at second base and just explodes when he gets to him. Tries to get the glove up. Could not make contact with the baseball. Another run.
"17 hits for Tampa Bay. Rick Porcello will be the man tomorrow to try to put a stop to that in a starting capacity. They have 3 hits in this inning and counting. Here's Field. He's gone 1 for 4, indicating a bunt. He takes a ball.
I'm a 9 guy in the lineup, sacrificing right here. They've got the 9-5 lead, but they want to put 2 more men in scoring position. Hanley way in at first base.
Pulls it back. He takes a ball. 2-0.
If you got a bunt, the idea here is to try to bunt it down a third baseline because, you know, the first baseman is right on top of you. Now all bets are off with the count 2-0. He could be swinging away. Just don't know.
First and second, the 2-0. There's a high, deep drive. He jumped all over it down the line and gone. They've homered again. Field for the first time. A 3-run shot, and now Tampa Bay has made it a rout here at Fenway. They're getting home runs from every part of their batting order in this series.
How about that? You know, the initial thought was to sacrifice 2 men in a scoring position. The count goes to 2-0. They take off the bunt sign. They put on the hit sign, and he hits a 3-run home run. It's been that kind of an afternoon.
Sure has. Strange game. 12-5. And they've homered again. That's their 4th of the day, including the inside to Parker. Brings up Duffy, who's had a very good day. He's got 4 hits. He was actually acquired in the Matt Moore deal in August of 2016, not in the Longoria trade. Big day for him, and he's hitting at even 300 with 1 home run. Big day for a lot of their guys. They have 18 hits. Well, they came in one of the hotter hitting teams in all of baseball, and they have not stopped. And swung on and missed, and finally Duffy is down. That is the first out in the 9th inning.
You know things are not going well when a hitter is asked to sacrifice. The count runs to 2-0. They take off the sacrifice, and that hitter hits his first home run.
Yep.
This is not your afternoon.
Red Sox a season high in runs allowed with the 12. So Sox lose today if they don't come back and make a miraculous comeback. By the way, they've done before against Tampa Bay already this season, but if they do not, that'll be 5 losses in 7 games. Still not done with the month of April. And the 0-2. Little pop into right. Jackie Bradley charging on. Dives ahead, and he has it. Boy, did he close quickly on that one to steal a hit. 2 down.
Yeah, it doesn't matter where you put Jackie, center field, right field. He's going to make great plays. At first, I thought that ball hit the grass, but it didn't. Got it in the webbing of the glove. Closed up the glove when he hits the ground, and it stays in there. Great play by Bradley.
Here's Gomez, who has a single and a home run today. He is 2 for 5. 2 down, bases empty. But 4 runs in here in the 9th to open up a 12-5 lead. And the 0-1 to Gomez. Johnson's 1-1. And a ground ball. Nunez down into right field from a knee. Throws and got him at first base. That will retire the side, but not before 4 runs come in. Bring on the right-hander Sergio Romo for his 10th appearance of the year. High ERA. Andrew Benintendi to lead it off here in the bottom half of the 9th inning. He has singled and doubled. 2 for 4. Hanley Ramirez and JD Martinez due up as well.
Romo's a guy that really doesn't throw all that hard. That last fastball 86 miles an hour away from Benintendi. We saw him a couple of times in the initial first couple of series we played against the Rays. Out of those sliders.
He was a key man in some big years for the San Francisco Giants. 1-1. Red Sox with 5 runs, 10 hits, including a home run by Devers. Hanley Ramirez has 2 hits. So does Benintendi. So does Devers. So some guys have had pretty good days offensively, but Red Sox lacked the big early hit, which they so often got through the first 3 weeks of April. 2-2. Tomorrow, Rick Porcello on the hill. Going 4-0 with an ERA under 2. Little dribbler, but foul. Well, the glorious afternoon, temperatures creeping up around 70 degrees, has turned into evening. Tomorrow's supposed to be a lot chillier and wetter, from what we're told.
Back to normal.
Fortunately, yeah. Quite a reprieve today. The 2-2 into the dirt. And the Red Sox need base runners. Well, the payoff pitch to Benintendi in search of his third hit. Line drive and a gap shot. He's got another one. Field will race over to cut it. Benintendi looking for second base. He will dive in with a double. He's had a good day.
All 3 hits today for Benintendi. His single and 2 doubles have all gone to the opposite field. And that's a good way to break out of a slump. I mean, look at this pitch. Down away. Nasty pitch. Doesn't try to pull it, roll it over. He just goes right with it and flicks it to the opposite field for the 2-base hit. You get your swing the right way, then the home runs will come.
Well, you knew with his swing it was a matter of time. And that's his 7th double of 2018. Brings up Hanley Ramirez. Got jammed, that one inside. Did not offer. They appealed to the first base ump, but no swing. Hanley on the day has been aboard 3 times, a walk, 2 singles, 1 for an RBI. Hitting .326. Martinez on deck. 2-0. Now Celtics play a game 7 tonight. Bruins have already won handily. They thumped the Lightning in game 1, 6-2. On a very busy sports day and evening.
Well, the way this thing's going, we sandwiched in between the Bruins, the Red Sox, and the Celtics make it underway before this one's over.
Very possibly. Like 10 minutes from tip. The 3-0 to Hanley. On the other hand, if the Red Sox can put together some kind of rally, no one's going to mind.
That's what I'm talking about. You know, I don't care if we stay ahead a quarter of 9.
They've done it before against Tampa Bay. Earlier this season, right here at Fenway Park. Not quite a 7-run rally, or 8. That is outside for ball 4. So, and the Ramirez is on first and second for JD Martinez. So a double and a walk. Martinez today 0 for 3, but he has taken ball 4. Downstairs for ball 1, so he's a bit all over the place. Nobody out, and he lofts that one foul. So the count 1-1. Back on April 8th here at Fenway Park, the Red Sox did score 6 times in the 8th inning to stun Tampa Bay. Came way back. That's in there for a strike. Bogart's next. Two men aboard and the 1-2. He foul tipped it, and it is held, and he struck him out.
And staying with that slider that time, keeping it far away from JD Martinez. Starts at middle of the plate and ends up way off the outside part of the plate. Romo makes a pitch, and he always goes off to that first base side of the mound and then climbs back up on the mound.
Xander's driven in 2 runs in this one after 3 hits last night, so he has welcomed himself back to the Red Sox lineup. That ran inside, almost hit him.
There he goes. He'll take a little lap around, back up on the rubber, ready to make another pitch.
Benintendi at second, Hanley Ramirez at first. And in there for a strike. That sweeping slider. There he goes again.
Should be part of the creatures of habit portion of our show.
One of my favorite bits so far this year. Creatures of habit with Jerry Remy.
I've noticed a couple more since I brought that up, so we'll get to them at some point during the season. It's not actually, they're not hard to find.
No, not in baseball. 1-1. Foul tipped.
Xander, he's a creature of habit. When he gets in the batter's box, he'll tap the outside of the plate, the middle of the plate, and then get ready to hit. In our next edition of Creatures of Habit, we'll show you Xander Bogaerts.
Well, facing a guy who has pitched in 3 World Series in Romo.
He's a 2-tapper. Oh, more tap. Yeah, there it is. 1-2.
High fly ball into right center field. Gomez and Field are there. The center fielder Field will make the catch. Benintendi will hold. So 2 down here in the 9th. And Devers will climb in for the 5th time today. 2 for 4 with a solo home run to the opposite field up into the monster seats in the 5th inning. That's when the Red Sox tied the game for the last time at 5-5. In there for strike 1, an 80-mile-an-hour changeup. This one almost 4 hours in length. Fouled away, and it's 0-2. So the Sox may be down to their last swing on this Saturday, Sunday afternoon. Hope you'll join us at 1:05 for the last game of the series. And then the Red Sox will invite in the Kansas City Royals. 0-2 from Romo. That one runs all the way to the backstop. That'll advance the runners to second and third on a wild pitch. And then after the series concludes tomorrow, we're going to have to wait almost a month before we see Tampa Bay again.
Oh, wow, that long?
Here's the 1-2. He made him skip out of the way. 2-2.
If I'm not mistaken, I think we go to Tampa Bay just for 3 days, and that's it. That's the road trip.
That is correct. 3rd week of May. Sox will have a lot of home games in the month of May. 2 men in scoring position for Devers, and the 2-2. Chopper along third. Long throw, Duffy skipped it and won't get him. A run is in. Benintendi scores. Ramirez down to third. It's 12-6. The second RBI of the day for Devers.
Yeah, after a tough start, back-to-back strikeouts in the first and the third, he sits out a home run and then hits in the seventh and an RBI single here in the ninth. Duffy going way to his right, long throw, and Devers, you know, for a big guy, runs pretty good.
He's fun to watch handle the bat. 3 for 5 today. So first and third, 2 down. Nunez will climb in. 1 for 4 with a base hit. Hit the ball hard a couple of times today. Sox have a dozen hits, 18 for Tampa Bay. Devers taken off on the outside pitch. He'll be handed second base, so no stolen base. Defensive indifference.
Yeah, you might as well. Went by no force play at second to end the ball game. Ground ball in the infield. Got to go across the diamond.
Eduardo with a pair of home runs, and foul tips that one to the mid. One and two. Rays have been red hot. They win this one, and that'll be 8 straight. But a lot of folks would have bet against that. The Tampa Bay, the way they started, would have an 8-game winning streak, but they have been pounding away. Rick Porcello trying to contain them tomorrow. 2-2 and swung on a miss, strike 3, and that ends it. Started out in the afternoon and off into the evening. It ends 12-6. Tampa Bay wins it, and they continue to roll, TC.